Well, there we go. We are live. We're live. We're more live than anything can be live. Namaste to anybody and everybody that will be joining us. Hope you guys are well. What's the time here? It's 6 minutes past. Namaste. We got Tom Rue in the studio. We got the star. Namaste. Hope you guys are well, thriving. We've got okay, that's what's wrong. Let me kick the other one from the studio, because we only need one indie sage in the studio. With the real indie sage, stand up. Please stand up.
No.
So
sorry about that.
No, it's all good, brother. So welcome to Tom Rue Out Tuition. We got Out Tuition in the studio. Hope you guys are well. Hope you're doing well. The star, Tom Rue, having a great week. Oh, you asked me a question, Tom Rue, that I didn't actually get back to. I meant to get back to a question you asked. Or did I get back to it? It was quite a week indeed. And yeah, man, to the usual crew, sending big love to all of you, big blessings. I can literally feel myself sweating. Can you believe it? I just jumped out of the shower like 5, 10, 15, not even 15 minutes ago. Namaste, Hollowbone Hawk. Beautiful Hollowbone Hawk. So we've got like a lovely discussion today. I'm really very keen on ripping a new one. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. But what actually inspired me was crystals. I think I've reached the end of my tolerance. And I can just sit and smile and nod for so long until I have to say something. So it's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those ones. I'm sure we're all going to have our wonderful inputs to have. AI is also going to be a big part of the conversation, because it has been this week. It's been in all of our cloud consciousness. We were going to discuss a particular book. That book is really heavy reading, man, the Ethiopian book, the way that it's written. But also, I think the sign of the times right now where we are, this is the right topic for us to be flying with.
Yeah, it was some hardcore kind of Old Testament sounding stuff for sure.
Are you guys familiar with the fact that the Muslim prophet Idris Nabiyullah was the original name of Enoch? I wonder if there's doctrines from the Islam that are more true to the roots. Did we lose Franklin?
I think so. Maybe he'll be back in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sweating over here. It's hot down in the south at this supposed winter time. 55 degrees outside.
Do you consider 55 hot?
Yeah, I'm burning
That's
up.
like perfect, dude.
I'm about to go shirtless out here. Get some sun. Vitamin D makes you live longer, apparently, they find. Which I think means, like, the body's trying to protect itself from hazardous UV rays, and so it's putting up more defenses and strengthening resilience and vitality.
Right.
It's called response. Biology, where you're doing some damage to the body, but the body then strengthens itself. And the most evident form of that is through anaerobic exercise, when you tear muscle tissues and then they rebuild. But in order to rebuild your muscle tissues, you have to be in a warm environment. So I made the mistake of living in a tent in the White Mountains for a winter several years back up in New Hampshire. And I wasn't able to stay warm enough out there. It's just a tent and some blankets and 5 to 7 layers of clothes. I ended up developing tendonitis and arthritis, but luckily it's now in remission thanks to ginger.
That's good.
Yeah.
So I think while we're waiting for Franklin to kind of resituate himself, I guess I might as well kind of get the conversation rolling here. I think when it comes to Crowley, like, one of the big things, like the reasons why he was such a big deal in our culture, because in a lot of ways, he's like the first like rock star archetype. Like if you think about the whole sex, drugs, and rock and roll, Crowley was essentially the inventor of that. If you really think about like the Beatles, Led Zeppelin. I'm trying to think of other bands, but yeah, a lot of those like early '60s bands that were popular at the time were. I think the Doors. I'm not totally sure if Jim Morrison was into Crowley. I know he was into some occult stuff, but
David
there was
Bowie?
that whole thing. And so I think in a lot of ways, Crowley's influences, because I think a lot of like, unless you're like really into occultism or like heavy metal, you're probably not going to know who Crowley is. But in a lot of ways, he's been a huge influence on culture in the 20th century, even sort of like behind the scenes, like this whole kind of idea of sort of the transgressive, rock and roll, heavy metal thing. Like he's really the spearhead for that sort of like cultural milieu. I think the other thing about Crowley, about like what his appeal is that, in a lot of ways, he's kind of like a dirty, friendly occultist, because a lot of occultists say, you got to be pure, you got to be chaste, you can't do any, illicit substances. And Crowley's like, nah, screw all that stuff, and you can get that. And that's where a lot of the appeal is, because I think you also have to consider in modernism, the time when Crowley was sort of like, coming about, it was a time where people were really questioning the values of olden times. Because you think about the Western time, this is when, Dadaism was getting really big, and, Marxism was questioning the sort of the social milieu, as well as the stuff that was going on in Germany at the time. So Crowley was kind of like in that like environment of the early 20th century, where everything is kind of, where the old sort of romanticism and enlightened period was sort of like boiling over. I think that's just kind of like a good foundation to kind of like start, just to kind of set up like, Crowley, who he was, and like, what he started. For me, like, I think with Crowley, it's like there's people have different kind of like takes on the guy. Like, I agree that there's some people who really like, go out of their way to worship the guy, because I mean, if you look at the guy's history, I think it's pretty undeniable he was not a good person. Like I think there was like, he left like a Sherpa in like the Himalayas to like die and starve to death or something like that. But I think we got to be careful here. I know you don't like Crowley, but to not throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I think what Crowley, the positive influence that Crowley did have in society was not his system itself at all, not his ideas, but just the fact that he kind of said, you know what, hey, I'm a person, I can come up with my own belief system, I can sort of, determine my own occult magical values. That's really what I took more from, Crowley when I used to be into the guy before I started working on my own system, which was kind of like, why? And the thing is, like, I was working on a system before the one I have right now. But he's the one who kind of like got me through that. Now, when you talk about the actual, Thelema, what the actual values that Crowley, practiced and what he was in his actual system, I think that's a totally different conversation altogether. I think that you can probably argue and say that there's some aspects of his stuff that are definitely questionable. And I think also a lot of it's not really all that original. Like the stuff that he does have that's actually good and interesting, it's like he's just taking stuff from Kabbalah and Gnosticism, Egyptian Cometicism. He has some Zen ideas there. I remember in one of his books, he talks about what's that say, like Samadhi states in his book 4. So he's into the Eastern stuff. But I got to be real. Like, now that I think about it, there really wasn't anything like unique about Thelema, right? It didn't have any of its sort of its own like archetypes. It didn't have its own like symbols and characters other than maybe the unicursal hexagram. A lot of it is just kind of a hodgepodge of different elements from different traditions kind of put together, really in the same way. If now that I think about it, Franklin, it's almost like, think about the Golden Dawn, because that Crowley was initially, he was with the Golden Dawn people, basically, right? Now that I think about it, Thelema is just Crowley making his own individual Golden Dawn, which was also sort of a derivative hodgepodge of, Hermeticism, Enochian, Kabbalah, Gnosticism, probably some Theosophy. And that's kind of like maybe like what you start to see with a lot of stuff, because if you think about ancient cultures, like really, really ancient cultures, they didn't really have much access to other traditions. Buddhists may not have been, aware of Christians as Jews as they are today. I'm not saying they weren't completely aware. Obviously, people got around and talked about stuff, but I think there's no more a sense of, one particular religion or belief system being the ultimate truth. Now it's like, okay, we have all these different belief systems, we have all these different traditions, and now what we have to do as occultists is connect the dots and see what all of them have in common. And that's kind of like what Crowley was doing. But I mean, I don't know. Crowley is like, you can say there's something about Crowley in the sense that, he was just kind of like a mindless sort of hedonist. All he really cared about was like sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Like I mentioned before, he was essentially the inventor of that. But I think in a lot of ways, the important contribution that he had was pretty much his impetus to step back and say, no, I'm going to do my own system. I'm going to do my own thing. I think that is what people should take away from Crowley, not all the stuff that, I am the beast, 666, and, having weird orgies and, all the weird kind of melodrama surrounding his life. I think you just got to look at him. He's just kind of a wild, unhinged dude. Like I look at Crowley, I look at, the punk rock star G.G. Allen. He's an interesting spectacle, but obviously he's a totally messed up person. But yeah, I figured I'd kind of get a good foundation for this conversation started. You guys can kind of work off of that.
Here's an interesting point, and I agree with you. I like to give the guy credit where it's due. He was an incredible philosopher, right? He was an incredible thinker. He had a great IQ. I want to ask you a question, Cosmic, and I'm just curious to see what people think. How long do you think Aleister Crowley was actually in the Golden Dawn?
I actually really don't know that. I haven't done enough, I haven't really done research into the details about his life in that whole spectrum, but I don't know if it's long. I actually really don't know.
Next question. Do you think he did any practical magic while he was there at all?
Probably not.
I mean, any. I mean, do you think he touched a wand?
Yeah.
Ever?
I wonder. Yeah, that's a good point.
Let me tell you the facts. Are you ready for it?
Bring it.
So here's the fact of it. He wasn't even with the Golden Dawn for 2 years. He was like a year and a half. That is considered like you basically join and you're a nothing, right? Then you work your way up to, if we could keep our mics off until we talk, because I notice it creates a feedback. So he was then there for, I don't know how long it is till he got his first grade. His first grade is Theoreticus. So what's it called? Theoreticus, right? And Theoricus, I think that's how you pronounce it, Theoricus. So he then got this Theoricus grade, which means that you are now allowed to read about the occult, but you're not practicing the occult yet. You're not a practitioner yet. And he read hard and he studied hard for like a full 6-8 months as a Theoricus, right? And he wanted to do practical magic. And everybody in the fraternity, all the masters, all the adepts were like, no, you're not ready. You're still a beginner. You're not ready. You're basically a kid in the occult world. But this Aleister Crowley had such a huge, ridiculously massive ego. Namaste, Wonder Wild Treehouse. How you doing? And sending you big love. Tiger Lily, big love, big love. Hope you guys are well. So this Aleister Crowley had such a huge, big chip on his shoulder about being this big magician. He wanted to do practical magic. So he tried everything that he could. He tried bribing. He tried finding money ways to get himself in, to get initiated so that he could, for the first time in his life, be a part of some actual, real practical magic. But they wouldn't have him. They said he needed moral fiber to be grounded. He was too up in the clouds. He wasn't stable enough. In the occult fraternities, you have to have an emotional stability to practice the occult practices, right? Love, big lover, Tigger. So he then engineered to go to France and meet another occultist who happened to be a member of the Golden Dawn. And he bribed this guy. He said to him basically, and there are letters of evidence that you can go and take a look. It's out there. It's in the public domain. He bribed the guy and he said, you will get access to my money. And let's not joke about it. Aleister Crowley inherited a lot of money. There are arguments as to how much he inherited, right? Was he like the equivalent of worth 20 or 30 million, or was he the equivalent of worth 150 million, 200 million? Anyway, regardless, he was rich by anyone's standards. And this was too much for Marthas to turn down. So Marthas initiated him against the will of all the other adepts and gave him the grade of practicus, meaning that you are now officially a beginner, allowed to begin practicing magic. He came back to London, and the others were like, we will not have you in our circle. You aren't ready. All the other practicus grades and above and all the adepts said that you're a junior, you're a beginner, I'm sorry. Sort of like, imagine you're doing martial arts and you really want to spar, but you've only got your yellow belt. And the guru, the martial arts teacher says to you, you're not ready to spar yet. You're going to get hurt or you're going to hurt someone. No, I'm ready. I'm going to spar. You don't want to listen to the teachers. You don't want to listen to the senior grades. But then when you finally able to bribe one of the teachers to get your grade so that you're just able to begin learning to spar in martial arts, you get into the class and nobody's prepared to be your sparring partner because they all know that you're not ready. You haven't earned your right to be there. You've used money to get there and people aren't very impressed with you. So what happened was he tried to take over the Golden Dawn because of his he had money and he was very connected. He tried to use him and Marthas to try and get a power grab of the Golden Dawn political system of this is what happened. This is the story. You can go and look it up. It's been written about by like about 12 or 15 different occultists. I actually did a thing you can find on my channel in Telegram where you can actually go and check each and every source and who the sources are. And I give you a background on each source as well. You can go and take a look. This is all in the public domain. This is not the stuff written by his Aleister Crowley fans that have just sucked their thumbs. These were the people who knew him. These were the occultists that were connected to him, those that had relations to him, and written by the people that actually handled his diaries after he had passed away. So we're not talking about random people here. And many scholars that have had access to all of that information, independent scholars, neutral scholars historians that have actually gone in to look at him. There are some crazy people that are church people that have written other stories. There are some other people that were completely Crowley-esque, brainwashed, that have written about him being, this prophet. You're going to find that. But if you go with the proper sources, like the people that didn't really have skin in the game, yay or nay, they were just interested in what's the truth. So anyway, Crowley then, after trying to fight his way in to get into a position of power within the Golden Dawn, was kicked out of the Golden Dawn. Basically, they had a vote and they decided all the adepts, they didn't want him there. His moral fiber was questionable. How he had gotten his grade was unacceptable. They kicked him out on his ass. But he had never done any magical work at all. He hadn't practiced any magic, not once. None. Not real magic. Just mock little rituals that you do in Theoricus grade. I want you to understand that the Theoricus grade is the first grade. It's called Theoricus because it's where you study magic theory. So he was great at magic theory, but no experience. None. Not a little, none. So anyway, he then spitefully, like a little spiteful child, decided, well, screw you. I am going to make all of your inner information public. Only I'm not even going to give the Golden Dawn credit for it. I'm going to call it mine. So he starts publishing. I think this is about 1904. He starts publishing the work as if it's his own work. But he's just basically regurgitating the stuff he read in books. Then he starts taking drugs and having these out of his mind fantasies and starts writing about himself as if he's this experienced occultist, magical magician, when actually he wasn't even a beginner. He wasn't even a beginner. But he then became the self-styled guru because he was a great orator, he was a great writer, and he had done a lot of theoretical reading on the occult. So he was able to sell himself as a magician. The guy was a fraud. He was a pretender. There was no real magic. He probably gained a bit of real magic as he went along. Sort of like fake it until you make it kind of attitude. The fake it until you make it attitude, that is Aleister Crowley to the T. But we've got to understand that when he started, he was faking it. It was based upon nonsense. And then he started to have some kind of experiences later down the line. But when you're dealing with someone who doesn't have the authenticity or the integrity to acknowledge, he presented himself as a Golden Dawn adept, which he wasn't. He presented himself as if he had been trained and he had experience in the Golden Dawn, which he didn't. He had been there all in all a bit more than a year and a half. Something like that, less than 2 years. And in the beginning, when you're there, you're not even a grade. You got to earn your Theuricus grade. You come there as a nothing, right? As like a floor mop, proverbially. So the guy didn't even reach, and Theuricus grade is grade 1, right? He reached the 2nd grade. And the grades go like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, they go all the way up there. So he presented himself as if a master when he wasn't a master. Now, to me, when somebody has an issue with the truth, sorry, I think I got charcoal in my throat. Yeah, I used charcoal to clean my teeth, and when I was gargling, I think some of the charcoal got stuck in my throat.
Activated coconut charcoal, no doubt.
Yep, with frankincense and clove oil. But I think this clove oil is a bit strong. It gets into my throat a bit. But anyway,
it is.
It'll pass after like 10 minutes.
It'll kick its ass.
So yeah, man, that is my issue with Aleister Crowley, is that he presented himself as something that he wasn't. He allowed people to believe, like you, Cosmic. I bet you're surprised with the things I'm saying. Does this surprise you, Cosmic, what I'm saying?
Not really.
Considering what you've read about him.
Not really. It's like, it's surprising, but it's like, oh yeah, I guess that makes more sense.
I'm ready to talk, guys. All right, so basically, I wanted to mention that it's called the Golden Dawn because they would drink their urine in the morning each day to provide themselves with a step towards the alchemistic practices of Thoth Atlantean, who was able to become immortal through the practices of alchemy by purifying the salt crystals made from his urine to create a white crystal that would allow him to become immortal. Those have been the exposed practices of the secret alchemistic recipe. But also there's also, of course, the mystical aspect of it as well, where we do that of the soul, not of the body. And so we can do it in either or both. And also, I also wanted to mention that Aleister Crowley, as much as you can be proud of the creativity that he had to remangle everything into his own little order, I think it should be something that's really could be a warning to the rest of humanity that if you're going to learn about mysticism and you want to respect it, it's good to be able to not necessarily obfuscate it and change the facts and switch things around, because it's going to lead to two different camps that are going to be in contrast with each other in their understanding. And so this is not going to unify the collective. This is going to be one of the divide and conquer strategies. And when you ever have somebody that has money that's involved in mysticism, you've got to wonder if they're actually occultists that are trying to bring egregoric obfuscation and confusion into the collective of mysticism to lead them away from being able to overpower the occult Saturnian society. So I feel like very much so he was involved in the Saturnian society. It's very obvious to me the fact that his answer to everything, after falling away from the idea of practicing immortality through the consumption of his urine, which to some people may seem absurd, but is actually something that a lot of holy people have done. And it's very effective at providing the body with like antibodies that the body has made to protect itself from pathogens, and then reintroduce them to the body so that they can be put to work. So it's a very effective means, although, you know, it's obviously not for everyone. But what he ended up finding as the final answer to being able to ascend spiritually was to have anal sex with men or boys. And so that's very closely connected to the Saturnian Orphic, or the Orphic rites of vampirism, and like what I just mentioned, what they do to their children, which is repeated in a cycle after they develop Stockholm syndrome. Whereas some of them do get out of that and they break the cycle. And I know I have a good friend who's a whistleblower, and I've heard of Neo from What on Earth is Happening. He's a whistleblower, and Teal Swan, she's a whistleblower. All have the same account, and there's several other people that I can't think of the names offhand, but they all have the same account of having to go through this whole sodomy process for as victims, and then growing up and wanting to become the perpetrators. And so Teal Swan broke out of that, Neo broke out of that, and a good friend of mine also broke out of that and decided not to repeat the cycle. And so humanity can be thankful that some people have finally come forth and admitted what's really going on in the elites controlling us. So I feel like one thing that he did was the ridiculous things that I've mentioned, but also the fact that he created a tarot deck and he mixed the different numbers of the arrangements of the major arcana around, and the aspects of them were kind of mangled up a little bit. At the same time that it could be considered to be creative, it was a little too close to what he was copying to be like his own thing. And so if you want to like personalize mysticism and show it as it is, and give it a new image, that's fine. But when you start to rearrange things, if you're not going to create your own system, it's going to create a division. What do we got here about this DMT? I was speaking about the DMT entities yesterday.
Yeah, you were talking about urine, right?
Yes.
So I was just going to point this out. DMT was detected in 40% of those diagnosed by their psychiatrists as schizophrenic, 38% of those with non-affective psychosis, 13% of those with affective psychosis, 19% of those with neurotic and personality disorders, 5% of normal subjects. So what does this mean? Well, what happens is normally people are having psychic experiences when they're psychotic, right? And a big part of what we call psychosis or mental illness involves spiritual forces awakening within oneself, and one having experiences, but one isn't stable. This is why, for example, Crowley wasn't brought into the fold. If you aren't ready to experience a divine inspiration and a higher state of consciousness, and you try and prematurely thrust yourself in, it's like somebody who hasn't stretched and trained their body trying to do a double flick-flack somersault, right? They're liable to fall on their heads because their body's not conditioned for the exercise. Well, spiritually and psychically, if your mind and your consciousness and your emotional body isn't conditioned to be able to deal with the stresses created by the spiritual experience that is elucidated and brought on through these magical practices or yogas or tantras or whatever, then one can become psychotic. In fact, many people that practice tantra or yoga or magic end up becoming psychotic or mentally ill because of this. Now, the fact is that they have tested these people that have these unusual mental paradigms, and very often they say 47% of everybody, they have DMT in their urine. That doesn't mean that they were taking DMT. That means the body's making its own DMT. Now, if you are an occultist and you are practicing occult practices, which involves meditative exercises, chanting, using different flashing color tablets in order to change the way that you perceive reality, you are going to stimulate DMT release in your brain. It's not hard to generate. I could show you a trick that you could do to generate DMT in your brain. The thing is, though, that if you do it too much and get addicted to it, you'll start tripping out all the time. It's very easy to do. Just takes a bit of concentration, a little bit of meditative practice up to a certain point, and then There are ways that you can do it using sound. What do you think shamanic drumming is, right? It's stimulating DMT release into your blood. That's how you get out of your body, right? So these magicians are training themselves to generate DMT. And if you're drinking your urine, what are you doing? You're taking that DMT back into your body. You're increasing the DMT, and you're also taking in serotonin, melatonin, right? Dopamine. All these other things also get released in your urine. So there are a lot of hormones in urine that your body can reuptake and reprocess them and reuse them, meaning that you will have more levels of serotonin. You'll be more able to reach a higher euphoric plane of consciousness. So I was just adding that to what you were saying, Indy, and just showing that, like, you know, they've medically been able to test for this in urine, and it's rather enlightening.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is amazing. I'm going to have to definitely look into that, and that's incredible already. I'm very impressed. But also, I wanted to mention that through breathing exercises, it's been found that DMT is not only created in the pineal gland, but also very much so in the lungs. And so by taking deep, slowed breaths, and you can learn to practice the full yogi breath, where you expand your belly to the fullest extent, filling the belly first, and then filling the chest all the way, and then hold the breath, breathe out, hold the breath, and repeat. And so if you can get good at this process, you can be able to do 1 breath per minute. And that's very slowed. And then once you can slow the breath, you can slow the mind, and the monkey brain stops from rambling. And then you have that mental clarity. At that point, you can imagine yourself sitting by a stream, and the thoughts may come in. You can imagine them to be a stick coming along in the stream, or you can imagine a cloud in the sky that's coming over the sun, and allow that cloud or stick to pass on by. Because if you dwell on the thought, it will stack up and become a beaver dam in the stream, and the clouds will become overcast in the sky, and you will lose track of being able to be in touch with the sun and find that enlightenment experience of a spiritual vision. So I've used that practice to be able to go into deep meditation. And this process of meditation has been found to help provide mental clarity and return mental health, emotional health, psychological health, also improve physical health.
Yeah, that's beautifully added. You know, the lungs actually do generate DMT. And by the way, if you train in these magical fraternities, the first 2 exercises they teach you, the first exercise they teach you is the exercise of relaxation. Second exercise they teach you is the exercise of deep breathing. It's called the 4-fold breath. It's like what you learn as an apprentice, like the lowest low. And then they teach you the daily review. The daily review is what you do in order to learn to rub up against your shadow gently and gain a control of what your memory, how selectively one's memory works. Because we selectively remember the things about ourselves that we want to. We don't remember the truth always, because it's quite painful to face ourselves honestly. And so deep breathing and relaxation is how you generate DMT. And the deeper the meditative state you go into, the more DMT gets generated until you're no longer in your physical body. So that's just the natural process. So that's quite interesting. And, just getting back to Crowley, there's another point I want to make, right? Cosmic, you made a really good point about his first wife. I think what happened was he left her with his baby in, where was it, North India somewhere? And he went off traveling on his own because he just wanted to meet people. He wanted to learn magic. That's all he wanted. He was so lusting and hungry for magical knowledge and actual experience. He left his child there. And what ended up happening was his child contracted typhoid. Yeah. So he left the mother of his child and his child in conditions that were not sanitary and decent. They weren't left in a very good place to live. Like you say, Cosmic, they weren't in a good position. And they didn't have good food. And they didn't have, you're right, he totally neglected his first child. And then lost as a result, they lost that child, and that impacted him heavily. And I just want to add that the other 2 children that he had, so he had a daughter, and one of his daughters, these daughters had crazy names. I can't remember the names of these children. Gosh, like named after. They had to change their names basically when they grew up, because they were named after like lists of goddesses. Their names sounded like an ancient Egyptian prayer. Basically, it's how their names used to read. And one of them was disowned the father completely, didn't want to have anything to do with him. And the other one didn't even know who he was, and had just gone on with their life. Whether that person actually knew that it was his father or not, they'd been brought up by a Christian family, ironically. Anyway, bottom line is, when he passed away on his own, yeah? And he passed away. It wasn't all of a sudden, right? He had pneumonia, and he was suffering. So it wasn't like he just suddenly passed away. He was on his deathbed for a while, and he couldn't stop taking drugs, and he couldn't stop smoking hash. Even though he had pneumonia, and even though he was sick and he was dying, he was so addicted psychologically to this and to his substances that it was the substances that ended his life in the end. But not one of his children had come to see him on his deathbed. And I think that speaks volumes, right? Like from a human perspective level, that someone can be passing away and their children aren't even interested. And even one of the children wasn't that far away from where he was. It wouldn't have been that hard to go and visit their father on the way out. But this is what I'm saying. Like, I think you've screwed your life up when your own kids don't want to know you. What do you think? So, like, to me, sorry, Indy, yeah, brother.
Yeah, I feel like, with all the press that was on him for the strange things that he was doing, I'm sure he was ashamed to his children, the ones that, were close to him and the ones that were far, but not just them, the rest of the world as well. It's just the fact that he abandoned his son. He was doing all these very strange, perverted practices, and the use of drugs. Like you mentioned, Mystic, Shaman, this is not really synonymous with the practices of mystical people, traditionally, people that are devout, compassionate servants of humanity. Shamans and mystics alike are here to exercise discipline, self-discipline of not being indulgent. And he was a very much indulgent individual, was he not?
Yeah, hollow bone hawk. The brain does generate DMT, as does the body, as do different organs, as does the lungs. I'm not sure exactly, but there's a lot of DMT in the food that we eat, but the DMT is disassembled and inert. For example, tomatoes. You could, in theory, make DMT out of tomatoes, just hypothetically, just as an example. So there's foods that you eat that your body gets the bits and it makes its own DMT. So if you're having a divine experience, there's DMT involved, but you're not taking it. This is the difference between, and I want to point this out to people about shamanism. What is the fundamental difference between Himalayan shamanism, the original traditional shamanism that goes back thousands of years and is written about, 3,700 years ago in the Rig Vedas, and the other forms of like more modernized shamanism that you find in other parts of the planet, right? Those shamanism techniques use psychedelics to do the work. The Himalayan shaman, the traditional Himalayan shaman, they do not use psychedelics to work at all. They might have a single initiation of psychedelic experiences on their own when they go off on a special time, when they fast, if they're doing a special, for fire ceremony, but then they're out of touch with the world. When they come back to the world and they're doing their work, they don't use substances. That's the difference between Himalayan shamanism and all this other newer kinds of shamanism that everybody writes about and talks about, and Tungi shaman. These people, they need to continually take substances in order to do the work. The Himalayan shaman uses the drum, they use chanting, they use breath work techniques in order to go into a trance, generating the DMT in their bodies naturally, because it is believed in the Himalayan shamanic tradition that if you can't do the work without the substances, then you aren't really a shaman.
Just one caveat. Were there a lot of substances in the Himalayas? Because one counter argument you could say here is that the only reason that the Himalayans weren't using drugs is simply because they didn't have access to them. Like you think about some place, up in the mountains, it's not really compared to like the rainforest, which is rich in all kinds of drugs and chemicals. And also one thing you want to point out with the ingesting DMT thing is that's why ayahuasca is a thing. So the whole thing with ayahuasca, I'm sure you guys know, but I don't know if everybody in the audience knows, is that it needs, in order for it to be DMT to be like ingested in the stomach in the sense that it actually produces a psychedelic experience, you need to also ingest it with an MAOI inhibitor, like I think it was like harmaline. I don't remember the names, but you need to have that extra MAOI inhibitor so that it can actually like ingest it. Otherwise, it just kind of like goes through your system basically. So that's kind of an interesting component. I'm just wanted to kind of add to that.
I just want to respond to the thing about the Himalayas. I went blind for 3 months. Well, it took me 3 months to get my sight back from taking too much datura, the Kali Mata datura. So you've got Shiva datura, you've got Kali datura, you've got different kinds of psychedelic mushrooms, by the way. You've got a whole range of different kinds of psychedelic mushrooms. You've got different kinds of psychedelic flowers in the Himalayas. There are loads of psychedelic substances in the Himalayas. You might not know about them. Most people might not know about them, but trust me, if you go and you spend time with the Agors or whoever, they will show you exactly.
I think that's just important.
No shortage.
I think that's just important for context to better support your argument, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, trust me, there's no shortage.
And to support that argument, also, it's been found that the Tibetans were the discoverers of the cordyceps mushrooms, which some people are familiar with. They will possess a caterpillar or an insect, and only after they've died. So you'll be able to tell that the mycelium is present in their system by a stripe in their eyes, and after they pass, the mycelium of the mushroom of cordyceps will take over and guide their body to plant their head into the ground, at which point the fruiting body of the mushroom then comes out of that mycelium that's planted into the ground and rises above as an orange mushroom fruiting body. And so those mushrooms have been used by the Chinese Olympians to break all of the endurance track records, and they improve stamina and endurance by double fold. So if you're used to being able to work for 8 hours strong and then you're tired and your rest of your day you have to relax and rest, this can allow you to work for 12 to 16 hours strong and then rest while you sleep. But it'll increase your appetite accordingly, because you're going to be burning a lot more calories, and with that higher caloric intake, you need to have you're going to have more vitality and energy, whereas you can deplete yourself without it, but it automatically improves your increases your appetite. So it's an interesting thing. But I mentioned this because they must have been explorative with these mushrooms, trying to see what they did, maybe trying to figure out if they had a psychedelic effect, just in order to be able to try it and see what it was. And it's a little bit of a strange one because it's not only mushroom, but it's part insect as well. Did I lose everybody?
No, we're right here, brother. We're right here. Big love, man. Yeah, that's very interesting, what you say. So, yeah, I didn't want the whole show to be about Crowley. I just wanted to give people an insight into this basic of Crowley. And there's a reason for this, because I want to point something out to you about the occult. So Crowley started writing in the early 1900s. I think he reached his heyday between 1908 and 1911. He printed a lot of books. That's when he started to hit his peak. Now, I want to point out to you that there's a company called the Rider and Son Company. I take it you guys have all come across the Rider and Son Company, yeah?
I haven't.
The Rider Waite tarot deck.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
So Waite's and his artist friend generated the Waite's tarot deck, which they had actually generated for the Golden Dawn usage. And the Rider and Waite's had actually released that tarot deck. And I think that was when they launched the Rider and Waite's company. Just as an example, is it a coincidence that this happened in 1908? Let's just go back and track. I want to point out to people that all of these occult books were available, right? There were occult writers writing, but they were writing under obscure titles, and they were writing under obscure printing presses. So that if you didn't know what title and what printing press, you wouldn't ever see that book in a store. Does that make sense? So they were writing books that were to be used by the adept circles all around the world. And they were distributing these books throughout their fraternities. And these books were being printed and they were being sent to the fraternities. So Crowley was not the first person to write about the occult and to put the occult knowledge into writing. He was the first person to turn it into a fad. That's really important to notice the difference. And he was the first person. He invested a lot of his money. I mean, he spent like the equivalent of modern day. He spent the equivalent of modern day £2-3 million. It's like $3-4 million on a nice house. Although, no, it's probably more. Because of the way that the values of things have changed. It's a huge estate. It's a huge estate. It's a mansion on an estate that had history. And he spent a lot of money on other things, traveling and going mountain climbing and this and that. He used to, in those days, if you wanted to climb Mount Everest, it wasn't cheap like it is today. You needed to buy everything and get a whole expedition and fund an entire expedition. Where today you can go and climb Mount Everest. It'll cost you what? $10,000 all in all. In those days, you wanted to climb Mount Everest, it's going to cost you $50,000 to $100,000, right? In terms of what the money was worth then. You needed to fund an entire expedition. There weren't these easy guest houses, and they weren't competing, and it wasn't like it is today. So he did a lot of this expedition climbing and funded expeditions and this and that. So he must have spent like the equivalent of millions of dollars in today's money of going on climbing expeditions and then traveling. And he liked to take a lot of drugs. He spent a lot of money on a lot of substances. They're not cheap. They weren't cheap then. They're not cheap now, right? If you got a good cocaine habit or a habit of heroin, you can easily spend $10,000-$15,000 a month without blinking, right? You can spend a fortune every year and you don't even see the money apart from everything else so you just got to imagine the spending aperture that this guy was moving through. But anyway, my point that I wanted to make was, and I'm losing the thread of the point here, was that he had basically used all of his money to advertise and to put his books out there, right? And that wasn't cheap. And he really wanted to be an acknowledged magician. So he spent his life's fortune on this, effectively, and giving it away to other people that could help him achieve this goal. So that Aleister Crowley changed the face of the occult. He took it from a hidden, obscure, secret books. Let me tell you about my journey with the occult, right? I used to find these books, obscure authors, right? Obscure printing presses in old bookshops that were occult grimoires. You would never have known. But I found them because I spent hours every week going through these old storerooms of books, searching. I knew what I was looking for because I'd had access to these books and it had been explained to me and taught to me by the elderly gentleman that had taken me under his wing, who was a Rosicrucian, that all of the books do get put into print, but they get hidden in plain sight. In other words, you won't find them in your local bookshop or in the library. Aleister Crowley changed that. With him, you started finding this occult information available to the masses, which it wasn't supposed to be. So what happened was suddenly these printing presses started popping up and authors started popping up. And I think this is really important to understand. This has got to do with our knowledge of crystals, just to draw a line back. What inspired me with this particular topic was that I've noticed there is this woke crystal law going around, right? And now I've been working with and studying crystal law since before the internet existed, right? So we're going back to the late 80s. 1989, I was well into studying crystal law. 1990, 91, 92, 93, the internet wasn't really a thing. I think it was like a thing that was used by maybe computer programmers, like on a dial-up basis, but it wasn't a thing in people's homes. That only happened much later. It was only in the 2000s that it became like universal, and then MySpace and Facebook and email and all of that became commonplace. Yeah. But anyway, my point is that I was studying crystal law, and I've noticed lately, like birthstones. Oh my gosh, I've actually got a whole lot of links I've compiled relating to birthstones, and I'm gonna inspire. I'm a little bit inspired to sort of share with you, something that's a big deal to me. Now, let me share this tab instead. Right. So, back on the stage. So here is something that I noticed, and I noticed this. There is this book called The Book of Talismans, Amulets, and Zodiacal Gems, right? And this book is a book that is cited over and over and over again, right? If you ask the internet, what is the let's pick an example here, right? Let's say you ask a stone, the association of the zodiacal sign Capricorn with the gemstone Jet, right? This is something you might find in these New Age informations. That, I'm sorry, it's wrong. And I'm going to explain to you why that's wrong, right? And it's specifically wrong for a very specific reason. And this has been engineered by the occult overlords. Maybe they're not the occult overlords, but the practitioners that don't want the Joe Blogs on the streets magic to become empowered, right? I'll give you an example. Let's say you're casting a spell. And for that spell, you need to invoke the powers of Jupiter, right? And you need to blend the powers of Jupiter with the powers of Saturn, hypothetically. And then you accidentally put in the stone for Mercury and the herb for Venus while you're invoking Jupiter's potential essence. Do you think your spell is going to work properly? Or do you think it's just going to fluff out and become like a pea soup? It's like a painter trying to paint a tree, and instead of painting with green and brown, the green and brown becomes mixed, and it's just this general pea soup color all over the painting. The painting isn't going to be a painting of the tree anymore. It's not even going to be a painting. It's just going to end up being a mess. So this is a clever way to be able to make sure that people doing magic can't do magic properly. So black onyx, Now, when you ask, what ancient texts associates astrological sign Capricorn with Jet, they're going to show you this book, right? This ancient text. Now, this you're going to find this as a pattern. This ancient text was written, I think, in 1920 something. And I believe it was an answer to Aleister Crowley's books becoming so well known and popular. And all of his books about magic, people were out there trying to cast spells. And so they were going to be looking for compendiums to show them which crystals to use, which flowers to use, which plants, which trees, all of that information, because this is how magic works, natural magic, right? And so here we've got like a fairly, central book, the Book of Talismans. Now, we first need to know who is William Thomas and who is Kate Pavitt. And it becomes more sinister when you start studying who these people are, right? These people have written loads of books on crystals and on symbolism related to astrological plants and crystals related to the zodiac, planetary energies and such. And they have now overwhelmed the traditional law with this new age garble that they've been flushing like a used toilet. I'm going to be honest with you. That's how bad this is. And I'll actually pull up a whole lot of links that I created for you guys later on, like after everybody else has had a say on this, and show you zodiacal sign by zodiacal sign. And I'll show you the Vedic idea as well as related to it, so that you can get like a clear idea of what I'm talking about. I'm not just making this stuff up. And get a sense of see it for yourselves, so to speak. But so anyway, that's just an example of one of the texts. And this Katie Pavitt is now, she's selling herself. She sold herself as a theosophist. But if you, like me, have a background of studying these things, you would know that the Theosophist Society from that time, okay, now that the rules have changed because of privacy of information and all of that's changed. But in those days, they kept hundreds of thousands. I think they had a detailed thing of more than 250,000 of all of the Theosophical Society members, right? If you go and ask AI, it will say that she was a Theosophical Society member. Do you want to know the fact? She never was. It was a lie. As for her husband, he wrote all these books on occultism. He had no background in occult, was not trained, was not with any order, was not connected to theosophy, was not connected to anything. She might have read a book or two on theosophy. She might have had a couple of conversations. She might have rubbed up against it, but she never was connected to theosophy in any serious way. That's the fact. You can actually check it. The registers are out there. And I did check it. And so she's now self-styled, calling myself a theosophist, because theosophy was like a respected name in that time of occult tradition, and you're initiated, you've been with real adepts, they've taught you, you've got libraries of true knowledge that are related to the occult that have been built up by a group of well-known occultists, so you'll be trusted. She lied. Just like Aleister Crowley lied about his background, she lied. And to me, that's like really telling. And this book that's on the screen here has been used as a foundation to prove all 70% of all this new age changes that they've made with regards to what planetary energy is related to what gem. Jet, by the way, I'm just going to fill this in for you. Traditionally, jet, if you know what jet is a petrified wood. And the petrified wood becomes a kind of a gem, right? And it's representative of transformation. It's representative of transformation. It's a very deep, very dark color. And it's very protective and very grounding. And it opens you up to having sort of psychic, spiritual experiences, right? And naturally, it's not related to Saturn at all. It's related to Mars, just to be clear. But it's related to, it was used for Scorpio. Now, Scorpio rules the occult. Anybody who's looked at classical astrology will understand that the feminine pole of Mars And Scorpio is very much to do with the occult forces, working with occults and secret things. This is the domain of Scorpio. Esoteric knowledge and research and the intellectual capacity necessary to understand esoteric lore is in the domain of Capricorn. But the actual working of the spells, that's Scorpio, because Scorpio represents transformation. Scorpio represents the scorpion. The different symbols of Scorpio, just so you know, it might be scorpion now, but it has also been the phoenix in ancient times, and it has been the eagle, and it has been the serpent. So these are the animals that have been referenced related to scorpion. This is why Scorpio is related to the occult, right? Why am I a shaman? Well, go figure. My north node is in Scorpio. Take a look. Someone's into the occult, they'll have Scorpio relevant in certain placements in their charts. And my Mars is then in a conjunction with my moon, and my moon is in Taurus in exalted state, emphasizing the moon's sensitivity, emphasizing its relation to the north node in like a series of jump leap connections that create like a spark. So you would have that in your Vedic chart. If you are someone that's drawn to the occult and this is something you're going to spend your whole life working on, it will be in your chart. You'll see it. So jet has been a stone of transform. It represents the protection necessary during the process of transformation, which is the snake shedding its skin of Scorpio, or it is the phoenix going through its burning. Phoenix has been related to Scorpio because Scorpio has always traditionally been ruled by Mars, right? So it doesn't have any association with Saturn other than in more modern settings. And this book is where it started to get its idea, you know. And if you read on here, you'll notice like they just not in this particular link, but they spew this information like it's all of this stuff comes from this book. And the guy was a jeweler. He was an occultist, and she was sort of a self-styled occultist that never really had any. So, yeah, I thought I'd leave it at that for a minute. What do you guys think about gems and their relation to the occult practices? Do you use them? Do you guys register that? Do you recognize them?
Yeah, I've been initiated in Reiki, and I use gems for healing practices. I've used them on people and done sessions before to heal their chakra blockages. And typically, the color of the stone aligns with the color of the chakra. And then you have colors that don't align with the particular chakra of the 7 chakras, like black, white, clear, gold, iridescent, and various things. So stones that contain multiple colors, like labradorite, can protect the entire auric field. And then we have like stones that are clear, like quartz, and that have some iridescence, like moonstone. And those are good for mental clarity. And various stones are sunstones that can be washed in the sea and cleaned and purified and enhanced and electrified. Other stones are moonstones that need to be washed in the rivers in the fresh water and will be damaged by the salt of the ocean. And silver is one of those things. So they're very powerful. They're very effective. They can be used for many ways. And the traditional ways that they have been used are ways in which the body is then familiar from thousands of years of exchange between the crystals and our ancestors, where the bodies have been attuned to them. And it's said that the people of the inner earth were able to live to over 900 years old because they lived amongst all of these crystals down there, and they used them to gain resonance and increase their vitality and longevity. And it's now thought by some that humanity, since being that we don't have a paleontological record of our fossils of our ancestors here on the surface, that we may have been exited from the inner earth 300,000 years ago or 400,000 years ago and exiled, and that was our true home, which could explain why we used to live to nearly 1,000 years, and now we've dwindled down to about 80 to 100 years. and longevity. But there was the individual named Li Cheng Yuan that was born in 1677 and died in 1933, reaching the age of 256 years old, having had 24 wives and over 200 children. He was said to have had a diet strictly of herbal medicine with certain supplements like newt livers. And if you want to figure out his diet has been documented, and people can try to practice that diet themselves and practice what's called youthing in integrative medicine now today, where you are able to take foods that are actually enriching and not just favorable for their palate, like the standard American diet lifestyle or the SAD lifestyle, SAD, which is actually not conducive to longevity, and in fact, likely part of the food weapon system designed by the sick care system to make people into a cash cow.
Wow, that's very on point, man. You know. So Cosmic, you've got a lot going on in Scorpio, hey?
Yeah, apparently I do. I also have a Scorpio and Pluto. That's not interesting because it's like you're kind of like, I think that's kind of explains why, you know, when it comes, especially in Mercury, why I'm so unconventional with my thinking, I guess. But yeah,
I got something I need to tell y'all, guys. This is gonna blow your minds. You might not be able to understand yet. It's a lot. All right, I watched this disclosure video about the tall whites that claim that they're from Zeta Reticuli. They say that they're from the planet Pontel, and they identify as the Ponti. They mentioned in the video disclosure featuring Anjali and Sue Walker that they have been discovered in the Sandia Mountains, where the people who own the property saw UAPs flying into the mountain. They decided to excavate the mountain. They went in there and they've been in communication with the Ponti, and the Ponti are asking for disclosure. And so they're saying that humankind lived amongst them in the mystical times of the ancient past through the golden age of the matriarchal era. And they then retreated to the inner earth, where they've lived for a time immemorial as our watchers. And I spoke with my mother about this. They mentioned about the blue rays and the indigo rays, or the indigo children's, coming in around 1952 for the beginning of the blue rays and 1982 for the beginning of the indigo rays. My mother was born in 52 and I was born in 82. When I asked her about if she knew anything about this, she told me that she actually had an experience with the blue star people right before she became pregnant with me, and that she believes that she also was what's called genetically blended with a Ponti. And so we have a different type of collective consciousness that ties back to ancient mysticism and is not familiar with modern human conscious collective. And so I feel like this was a big shock to me, but not really. I've always known that we were very different. And my mother does tarot and she's very mystical and she's kind of inspired me. But also I found, this is why I bring this up, that she is a Scorpio with a Virgo moon, and I am a Virgo with a Scorpio moon. And so the blue rays are more responsible for using their vocal chakra to be able to share the truths that have been hidden from humanity. The indigo rays are known for sharing their deep understanding in the inner eye of being able to channel information from the Ponti and from the collective of the ancient mysticism to awaken the collective to the hidden truths of the past of the golden age in the matriarchal times that have been obfuscated by the fallen patriarchy. So we've always kind of taken a stance where we provide ourselves in service to our community and to humanity. and also have shamanistic attributes and inclinations, where we can do interspecies communication, have extrasensory perception, and have also what's called claircognizance, which is the knowing of things that we never learned in a book or were told, but we intuitively know. And so this has been a big shock to me. And so I personally am on the fence about the idea of humanoid extraterrestrials being able to have originated elsewhere for a number of reasons. I don't completely throw it out, but I feel that what's going on here is likely the case, that these ancestors, which they've showed me in channeling, actually originated here and diverged from the other hominids by going to live as amphibious marine hominids in the ocean for millions of years, starting around 4.4 or 4.2 million years ago. And they then navigated the seas and learned to navigate by the stars. Having returned back to the surface after the ice age started to freeze the seas and their habitat became uninhabitable, they then started to teach humanity their understanding of the stars. And they have always obfuscated their origins and distracted us from thinking that they were from the stars, which may have been intentional or may have been accidental. Being that they navigate by stars, they may communicate different vectors of travel or geolocations by aligning star systems, which might have been a little bit over the heads of people to interpret that. And so they might have just gone with it to keep their homeland secret from being invaded. And I very much feel that this is the case, but it's not out of the question that they could have gone to the stars, colonized various celestial bodies, and then returned back to Earth. And if they had done so, they would likely not be able to live in the atmospheres of these other bodies, because the pressure and the atmospheric gases would not be suitable to their survival. So they would likely have terraformed subterranean colonies. And when they return back to Earth, they now, for millions of years, have lived in these subterranean colonies, according to their testimony. It is also something that's a little bit hard to swallow, but their story and their narrative that they actually are the fallen patriarchy that ended up having to leave Earth after having destroyed it and return back here through time and temporal displacement to change the timeline so that we did not destroy Earth. And they're going to show us that they're going to show a rapid scale of degradation of the natural environment from the fallen patriarchy so that the collective can rise up against them, take the power back, and then return to sovereignty and go back to the land and depopulate the urban centers, which a lot of psychics have predicted to be happening by the year 2050. And there's different stories as to why. And they suggest major cataclysms and the realization of global warming crisis that we're in right now, which has become one of a catastrophe, an extinction level event.
I want to throw something out there, Indy, because I want to kind of tie what you're talking about with some of the stuff that the Fae have been teaching me in regards to extra-dimensional, because I think there's an interesting intersection that's happening here. Because one of the things that the Fae talk to me about in terms of, because they talk about Zerfaxes and Zarfaxes, right, is that every Zerfax in our world, which is sort of like a bubble, has a black membrane, right? And that black membrane is basically outer space, right? So I've been thinking, what if instead of these aliens coming from different planets out there in the space, they're actually coming from outside of this bubble, but from our limited third dimensional perspective, it only appears that they're coming from the stars, where they're actually coming from outside of this black dimensional bubble I've been talking about. I just wanted to throw that out there because I think that's kind of an interesting, something interesting to play around with.
Yeah, that's spot on. Go ahead, Franklin.
Yeah. I was just going to say, if you could just mute for a second so we don't have feedback. I was just going to say, Cosmic, this is why when people ask me, oh, my camera's off. Duh. There we go. When people ask me, like, how do you feel about the Earth? Is it round? Is it flat? Is it concave? is it a multidimensional expression of consciousness manifesting this physicality, this experience of being? I say like all of the above, and people go like, well, that's a bit weird. And I think like what you're saying is so on point, because space doesn't have to be the way they've taught it. We don't know that the planets, we might think we're looking at a physical planet. We might be looking through a dimensional portal into something else. And what looks like a planet as a being coming from that planet might be, like you say, there might be more to this nature of existence than what we give it credit for. Those might be other Zerfaxes. Have you ever thought about that, Cosmic? Those planets and stars up there? So I agree.
Yeah, for sure. At least they point to them. And I think what's interesting too is that what I've kind of also realized with the Fae is that, you know, when you kind of like, you know, are physically intimate with a being or another person, it's like your Zerfaxes converge. And it's like you start, like they kind of like come in together. You start to realize that. And I didn't really realize like that's kind of like where that understanding was coming from. Like I thought in my head it was theoretical, and the Fae are like, no, this is where you actually got the idea from, Cosmic. It's like, it's just been really interesting. But yeah.
Yeah, that's really synonymous with the story of the Ponti. They have ascended from 3D to 5D, and so they can materialize as a physical body, but they can also transform to light and travel through the cosmos through light, apparently. And they are said to have been able to enter through wormholes, so they don't have to travel the vast distances of space. They go from atmosphere to atmosphere. And so through this process, they very much have been able to transcend the body of light to the body of dark energy, where they're unseen in the unseen realm. And so this was from 4D to 5D. Once in 4D, they're able to manifest their light bodies. And once in 5D, they're able to manifest the unseen bodies. And so in this way, they can either show themselves through bioluminescence, which is their light language, or they can disguise themselves or completely hide themselves and be in our presence without seeing them. And they can also mask themselves and portray themselves as a good friend that we knew or an animal that we like, because they can see in our mind and they can understand our preferences and things of the sort. So I just wanted to mention that. It's very synonymous with what you're mentioning about extra dimensionality.
Yeah, totally makes sense. You know, totally makes sense. And I think like this is why we've had our world hijacked. And what I mean by we've had our world hijacked is we've had the idea of what our world is fed to us through education. And now we believe that reality is what they tell us it is, when actually reality is something far more exciting, interesting, fascinating, and far less tangible than what we give it credit for being. We've been taught to live in this little objective box of finite principles of this is what reality is. And then we're supposed to believe that panpsychism doesn't exist, that it's just physical. You come here, you live, you're finished, you go, there's nothing else, there's nothing after this. This is part of the brainwashing. And so I think like, you know, all of these things that we're sort of starting to like hint towards, starting to touch on the gown of some kind of a deeply concealed truth about the nature of existence, consciousness, and reality is like really a big sort of part of our what can I call it? It's part of our psychosis. And it's important to recognize that we're all suffering a kind of a group psychosis. I think when we start to recognize, namaste, we've got Howard in the house. How you doing, man? And Wonder Wild Treehouse Pirates. I dig that name, man. It's so cool. Wonder House Treehouse Pirates. I like tree houses. I like pirates. I like wonder houses. The Pirates. Who were the Pirates? So, you know, and global warming, that's quite cute. Yeah, they're definitely trying to brainwash us into believing all these ideas. And I think like it starts fundamentally with like our idea of how we manifest or how reality manifests around us. And we're supposed to believe that we don't play a role in reality. When I think we play a bigger role in constructing this reality as a group consensus consciousness than what we're led to believe. What do you guys think about that as a notion?
Well, I think, of course, that's because in a lot of ways, when you sort of control someone's reality, you control someone's dreams and thoughts. And I think that, when it comes to understanding reality, it's been very helpful for me to look at reality as not being one thing. And the reason for that is that oftentimes that when people believe that reality is only one thing, they get very defensive as to what that definition is. Whether you're a Christian, an atheist, a Buddhist, pagan, chaos magician, they all at least think, oh, my worldview is right and every worldview is wrong. Whereas I really kind of see it more as like we live in there are different dimensions to reality, different aspects, different sort of channels of perception. And each belief system seems to sort of inhabit one of these channels. Like they each sort of provide like a certain function, for the universe and essentially, and they have to be kind of like kept in check and balance. And I think the idea that like with seeing everything as Zerfax, I know I keep coming to this. I mean, it's my thing. Obviously, I'm going to talk about it. I always feel like I always wonder if people are going to get tired of me bringing up Zerfaxes. But regardless, when you start to look at things as being more than one universe, I feel like you can actually start to look at things more objectively because you're not trying to say my reality is true and your reality is bullshit. It's like, okay, I have my Zerfax, you have your Zerfax, and I can sort of observe what's going inside of your Zerfax without having to defend what's happening in my Zerfax. And I think that when people see reality as only their Zerfax and no Zerfaxes outside of it, that's when they get really controlling and domineering and solipsistic, because some people say, oh, what I do is solipsistic, but it's actually anti-solipsism. It's against the idea that you individualistically are all that really matters, because in a lot of ways the whole concept of the Zerfax is recognizing that there are Zerfaxes that exist outside of the one that you essentially exist in. And so with perspectives in terms of gaining control, it very much relies on convincing people that there is only one Zerfax. That's the whole concept of the Zulerfikes in Zarfaxology, right? Where you kind of take people into a bubble, and the idea is like you get them in the bubble. It's like, now you can't get out. And then you feel like, oh my God, it's like, because the way we talk about space, like we were talking about it earlier about like whether it's real or not or how it is, I think that it's not that the narrative about space that we've gotten is wrong. It's that it's incomplete. It's missing a major. It's like, yes, so from my point of view, I think that from the third dimensional perspective, there are, galaxies, planets, and et cetera, infinite space. But in the fourth dimension, that black space is just a membrane. It's thin. It's like a flat surface. It's like you take, the infinite expansion of space, and then you flatten it like a pancake, and you kind of put it around a Zerfax bubble. And that's how you kind of look at space like that. And here's an actual exercise that you guys can try to do to actually, because I know I talk about this from a theoretical perspective, but there is actually a more direct experiential way to understand this. So the way I look at it is I do a kind of an open eye sort of meditation. I find some kind of physical object to look at in my physical vision, but what I'm doing is I'm keeping my physical vision focused on the object, but my attention and my awareness is on my peripheral vision, right? And so another way I make this a little bit easier is I'll have, one eye closed so you can, so the idea is you want to be aware of the space that exists outside of your vision. And when you do that with your peripheral vision, you start to realize that there's a kind of a fourth dimensional curvature that you can kind of feel and see that sort of surrounds the edges of your three-dimensional vision. You start to perceive that sort of fourth dimensional curvature. Like if you look at like the edges of your peripheral vision, and you see where it gets like when you're in the front of your vision, it's very clear, but at the side of your vision, it gets a little more blurry and distinct. And one thing I've noticed is that in that space in your peripheral vision, it's like your mind's eye and your physical vision seem to intersect in that space. That was originally what got me into Zarfexology, was this realization, right? And so from that, you start to realize, wait a minute, I can sense a kind of a higher dimensional sphere that exists around my perception. And from that and exploring with that and using your kind of your mind's eye. So the idea is, instead of using your mind's eye to, like when you're astral projecting, the idea is they tell you to go inward and sort of look into your mind and into your brain. But with this practice, it's learning to take that astral vision and learning to see your third eye outside of your peripheral vision. And the idea is, if you practice that, and if you can do it successfully, and that's kind of like what I've been practicing doing, you can start to understand actual fourth dimensional perception and fourth dimensional space. It's really interesting.
I love that. You can do a similar thing to see the aura of your own body. If you stare at your hand long enough, you begin to see and break down the filters in your visual acuity, and you'll be able to start to see different things that you aren't usually seeing. And if you start to notice them and look more into them and focus on them, they can then become evident, and you can then look at people and start to see their auras.
I got a question for Indy, but Franklin can jump on this too. So take that same idea, but do you ever think about that? Like, you know how we all in occultism, we talk about how certain days of the week are associated with certain astrological symbols. For example, Monday with the moon, Tuesday with Mars, Mercury with Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. You ever like try to like do a practice where it's like, where you see that the world has an aura depending upon that day? So for example, if it's Wednesday and Mercury, you can sense an orange aura that exists sort of outside of the blue sky that exists around you. Or if it's a Friday, you might sense like a greenness, like a green aura that exists around the entire planet you're feeling. Sometimes I don't necessarily experience that. I experience that because I have synesthesia when I'm in a certain kind of like mood or state of mind. But I wonder if you guys have explored that possibility when considering like astrological placements in terms of like the day or year, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I do that every morning when I do my manifestations of love. And what I do is I figure out what the life number of the day is. So today is a 1, and Saturday being Saturn. Today is 1 associated with Saturn. And so there's a combination between the number and the planet and the vibration of either one and their relationship to one another. So I feel like that can give us insight as to what to expect during the day. And I found that it's pretty effective, and especially if you start to realize what your life number is and start to notice on the days that align with that, and see how you do on those days, if they feel like better days, or you're more aligned, or you have certain things that come into play that are helpful in your life, that it can be good to pay attention to these things and see what it does for you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting what you're talking about here. And I see it in many different ways. Like, let's say I go and look at the sea. I find that when it comes to a day, there seems to be a different rhythm. It's like a frequency. Like everything's doing this, right? Like everything's just doing this all the time. If you use your eyes and you look, everything's just doing this. There's lots of little dots, and they're like popping out, popping in, popping out. The whole universe is made out of little dots, basically, and they're moving really fast. And if you watch those dots, they've got like a frequency, a rhythm to them. That rhythm changes from day to day. But I think there's a lot of factors. Like, for example, okay, here's the best way. For those of you that watch the sunrise or the sunset, go to a place where there's a body of water. If there isn't a body of water, create one. Right? Like, put water down, get like a long dish, put it down on the table, or set it up so that you can look at the sun, and the sun's rising, and you can see the water reflecting off of the sun, reflecting off the water. And you'll notice that there's different colors. And then if you do that for a while, you'll notice the colors of background, but they change very fast. So there'll be like one color, and there'll be another color that's dominant and another color that's less. And so there's like a group of colors, and they keep changing. And if you watch sunrise for like about 20 minutes, right? And then after the sun has risen, say 15 minutes of direct staring at the sun, you'll notice around the sun, the rings around the sun are spinning. There's different colors, and they spin in different directions, right? You'll notice certain rings become prominent. So if you look at the sun, there's like a sun with a ring around the sun, with a ring around the sun, with a ring around the sun, and they're all different color bands, right? If you stare at it like for a while. And they're like spinning in their ways, and then some of them will become like pronounced. And the other rings will be like, they're still there, but they're in the background. This ring's pronounced. And then this ring will go into the background, and that ring will become pronounced. So this is constantly happening. And I've noticed that it happens in very short intervals. So that even after the sun has risen, I would often like to watch the water over the sea and watch the colors move over the water, and the etheric colors. So that's what we're looking at, etheric colors. They take turns being dominant. So, I mean, they call them tattwas in India, right? And you can learn how to see them. There are a lot of techniques. Once again, you've got to be quite grounded, because if you don't, you'll get addicted and you'll want that DMT experience all the time. I know. I know. Been there, worn that t-shirt, like, balance, grounding. That's where like Jet is very good. Jet will bring you back to that 0 point of being able to accept the transformative potential, because sometimes you're more sensitive than other times. That's based upon your Shastra, your planets moving. You're going to be much more sensitive at this time and less sensitive at that time. And when you're not sensitive, you go, why am I not sensitive now? And then you want to experience that all the time. And like now you look at an aura and you see like 1, 2, 3, 4 rings of aura. Later on, you just see the first 2 rings. Where's the other rings of aura? Why can't I see all the bands? You start giving yourself a hard time. I've been there, But I get what you're saying, cosmic. To me, it seems like there's cycles within cycles within cycles, and some of those cycles seem to be moving on like a few minute cycles. And then some of the cycles are moving on a bigger level, and then some of the cycles are moving on a bigger level. And there's like a haze behind the sky, like of a different color that's dominant, but there's always all these colors present. It's quite interesting. There's the one thing that's always present is the luminosity. Have you noticed that first thing you see is that everything's got like a luminosity on a small band of luminosity around it? Yeah? Cosmic and Indy.
Now, do you
You're
actually
talking about like kind of like an iridescence, like where you look at it from a different perspective, and there's like a kind of like a color that has sort of multiple aspects to it when you look at it from different particular ways? I guess I'm kind of more referring to like an internal sense of color, a color that you don't see with your physical eyes, but you feel like radiating from your being, I think. But imagining that the world has that. So it's like, I'll see like a blue sky, but behind that blue sky is like a kind of like an orange sky or a green sky, depending upon what energetic feeling I have that day. Or maybe it's black or gray or something like that.
My question is, do you actually look at the sun, or do you put your finger over the sun and look around the sun?
I have done that like sometimes, like you just kind of like, I think I've noticed that like at times of like dusk or dawn, sometimes the sun can be kind of easier to look at because the light rays, I think, are not quite as direct.
But Franklin, the way that you do it, do you look right into the sun?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it
only during the sunrise. up till 20 minutes.
I had a friend do this for an extended period of time, and he developed white in his eyes. I've never seen this before.
Like his pupils went white?
Or
Or is it more like a vision thing?
he developed white stripes inside of the pupil.
Or is button to button?
It was
Yeah,
amazing.
you can overdo it. I don't know whether it was good or bad in his case.
Might have been damage.
Sorry?
But I don't know. It could have been eye damage. I'm not sure, but he claimed to have perfect vision, and he said that it's just enhancing his different colors in his eyes. Even
I could
more-
imagine that.
Yeah. And I've done this before myself. My eyes start to turn green and hazel. And they said that actually everyone's supposed to have brown eyes in iridology, but if you don't, it's because of a genetic deficiency of a certain mineral that's passed down. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true. I've also heard that light-colored eyes are the result of inbreeding, as well as the light-colored hair.
Well, there goes the blonde eye, blue eyes theory out the window. Yeah.
But the
That's
the,
interesting.
Nazis.
the blonde hair and the blue eyes came from two different people, and then became unified with the beaker culture and the hunter-gatherers uniting.
You were going to say something, Cosmic.
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed my eyes, if I'm angry, my eyes will turn black, dark. My eyes change color according to my emotions. I don't know if you've noticed your eyes. People have said my eyes go gold, like golden, if I'm in a kind of a trance, apparently. Sometimes certain kinds of a state of mind, they go like a gold. People say I look like I got fire in my eyes or something. They go like, "What the hell? Your eyes are changing color, dude. They're going like funny color." I'm like, well, in those moments, I don't see them. But that's like if I'm looking into another reality, maybe, like looking through a veil. But yeah, I think our colors change naturally in our eyes. I think it's quite normal. Yeah, I think that's normal. As for the staring at the sun, you should start with like 4 minutes, then build up to 6 or 7 minutes, and build up to like 10 minutes. Going beyond like 15 minutes is like 15, 20 minutes. I think that's the limit, but that's like you got to be doing it every day. It's like training, right? Think of it as like press ups or like lifting weights. If you're not used to lifting this big weight, you're going to hurt yourself. Your eyes adapt, your pupil adapts, everything adapts. Everything's constantly adapting. So your body, you got to know your limits. For people that want to do solar gazing, don't overdo it. But when you're done solar gazing directly at the sun, then you don't look directly at the sun. You look at the water, and the sun cascades off of the water. When it hits the water, it makes different color frequencies. You can't see the color frequencies. Like I remember another lady who is the parent of another child that my son plays with, and she was like talking to me. She's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "No, I'm watching the colors." She's going like, "What colors?" I was saying to her, "Well, if you just rest your eyes on the water, on the edge of the water, and allow your eyes to just rest in the space that covers the water, you'll notice that the light does something. It's like it bends and it makes a hazy color." And she was like, "Oh, wow, I can see it now." And I say, "Yeah, can you see it's going from like, there's a green haze and there's a red haze behind the green haze. And then there's an indigo haze starting to come. Can you see it?" And she was like, "Yes, I can." And then I was saying, "You notice the indigo haze is coming up?" I was like, "Yes." I said, "That's like what we call Venus. So that's the Venetian energy coming up. You see the red haze, the Mars energy phasing down. So if you want to do a magical operation, you can train your eyes to see those hazes and know when's the exact moment to do that ritual." Right? But this is, once again, this comes back to using the right essences, the right gems, the right everything like if you want to invoke a particular state of consciousness, because that's what magic is, it's about altering consciousness, then one has to be specific and attuned with what you're doing. Like in India as well, if you want to do a particular puja to a particular deity, you've got to get the ingredients right. You can't just throw any old thing in the fire. Like you make a fire, it's an Agni puja, you got to know exactly what ingredients you're throwing in that fire for that prayer to work. Yeah. So that's quite interesting. But I like that you bring this up, Cosmic, because this is something the tattvas are really about this. The tattvas, you can even use a mirror. Okay, I'll give you guys a hint here. You can use a mirror to see what element is dominant at any point in time, by the way. If you breathe onto a mirror or a piece of glass and you watch the way that your vapor makes a color and a shape on the mirror, that color and that shape will be relevant and relative to what particular prana is active at that point in time. So like if it's a triangular shape, it's a fire prana. If it's a square shape, it's an earth prana. If it's an oval shape, it's a space prana, right? If it's like a crescent kind of a half circle shape, then it's a water prana. If it's a circular shape, it's an air prana. And so you can tell by using your breath on a glass or a mirror to what the energy is. And so you can test it and confirm it. If you're seeing the fire energy, you can test it with a piece of glass, and it should be correlating. You'll literally see that it will make a shape on the glass, the way of your breath. It's interesting how this works. Namaste, Benedine. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're swell. Hope you're not driving. So
I was going to comment on something earlier. We're talking about the sun gazing thing. I don't necessarily practice sun gazing, but I go outside a lot and I don't put on sunglasses. I don't wear a hat. I just kind of like, because you got to think like a certain, but you'll just like squint for a bit if it's bright out, but eventually your eyes, you kind of will adjust to the sunlight at a certain point. And it kind of makes me think like how many people in Western society, when they go outside, wear sunglasses or put on hats to keep the sunlight out of their eyes, and maybe they're missing out on something important.
You are making such an important point. So there are all different sorts of metabolites working in the system, right? And your eyes. Okay, see, here's the thing. You'll never catch me wearing sunblock ever. I don't burn in the sun, even if I go in the sun, because of my eyes. So these secondary metaboloids, your eye is like a sensitive machine. It responds to the light and it tells your skin what to do. So the UV touching your eyes will create a secondary metabolite in your eyes that will send signals to your skin cells to produce bulk, that secondary metabolite, which will create its own response to protecting your skin from UV. When you start putting UV protection on your skin, you stop that natural process of secondary metabolites. And it affects your eyes, it affects your whole skin. So it's quite interesting what you're saying there, and I think it's so on point. Obviously, you want to be sensible. You don't want to go and sit in the midday sun and cook yourself with too much UV. But getting a bit of UV on your eyes is actually a good thing, the right amount within balance. It's the same thing with a plant. For example, let's say you're growing the good plants. And you guys all know what I'm talking about when I say the good plant in the chat, right? There's only one, the good plant, right? It's green, it smells amazing, and the flowers are dense, right? The flowers are nugs. It's got nug flowers, right? That plant produces THC as a response to UV. So that THC that you're enjoying, if you enjoy that plant, is the plant's way of responding to secondary metabolites, telling the plant to generate THC to protect itself from UV light. That's one of the reasons why the THC is there. Another point is if insects or other things are trying to hurt the plant, it generates that as a secondary response to generate THC so that the animals don't want to eat the plant. So it protects itself from the sun, protects itself from pests, and THC can be increased in this way. That's why when I've grown plants, and I haven't grown plants in years because I don't smoke, I do miss it every once in a while, I'll be honest, but especially the growing of the plants. I've got an indoor rig. In fact, I've got 2 indoor grow rooms. I've got 2 indoor grow rooms. Dude, I could be like producing like mega pounds a year. Because I would produce it and take extracts for my dog. I got a dog with epilepsy. And so I would produce extracts for her of indoor organic stuff that I grow. And for myself. But like that's the reason I don't smoke, because if I smoke like a pound won't last me more than a few months. I'm one of those functional smokers, right? Yes, the trichomes. I'm a functional smoker. I can be smoking a pound in 3 months and you won't even know I'm smoking. You'll think I'm just like, it's just normal. It's just the way this dude is. I'm wacky without it, so I'm not much more wacky with it. Maybe a little bit more wacky. So that's why I don't smoke, because if I smoke, I can smoke a lot, and it's not good for the lung. But so that's secondary metabolites. And my cherry, namaste, how are you doing? Those trichomes are beautiful to look at. Oh, I miss trichome hunting. There's a certain point in your flowering when you go trichome hunting. You sit there with a glass and you're looking, ooh, the trichomes. Better add a little bit of extra UV to the room. Obviously, I've got separate UV lights that I use on my plants, and I boost it with the exact amount of UV, maximizing its THC. Some plants struggle. Durban poison, you can hit that with incredible amounts of UV. That plant is so resilient, which means you can amp up the THC with Durban poison in ways that you can't with the other super strains. This is what makes Durban poison the best strain in the world. You can also THC is also amped up by moisture. So if you can grow a plant with more moisture in the room, it increases. So that the moisture produces mold. The THC protects the plant from mold. you gotta understand how beautiful nature is. Our eyes are not that different. Our eyes generate secondary metabolites, and our skin, we might not have THC, but we've got our own metabolite reactions that protect our skin and produce vitamin D. So you've got to have a good intake of vitamin E and the vitamin B and the vitamin A, retinol, and then your body will increase its intake of vitamin D, and the vitamin D is produced by your body's secondary metabolite reacting to UV light. So there's an interesting perspective. If you're not wearing sunglasses, your body makes more vitamin D out of less UV. I hope that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am raising children. It takes too much of my day to sit and skin up and mush weed all day long. I realized like the way that I do toke, if I toke, I spend an hour a day smoking. And I was like, what's the point of that, you know? Well, preparing the ritual, smoking. It's a ritual for me if I smoke. But that's why I don't really enjoy the good plant. And it's also good for willpower, you know. I can turn it on and turn it off. I can smoke one today if I feel like it, and then not have one till 2 months later or a month later if I feel special occasions. But so willpower is important, to be grounded. So yeah, there's something I wanted to share with you guys, and I don't know. Is there anything you guys want to say before I get running off on a tangent?
No, you got it going.
So what have I got on the screen now? Let me make it larger so I can see what it is. Okay, so remember I was talking about the about that woman and her affiliation between 1875 and 1942. The General Register containing approximately 300,000 names of members between 1875 and 1942. That's when she was claimed to have been a member. She was not a member. It's as simple as that. Because of the time, the membership list from IDEA, and that's the headquarters of the Theosophical Society. You can actually go and find it online. You can check if somebody really was a member or not, by the way. Obviously, now you've got privacy policies. So historically, they didn't have those privacy policies, but now they do. So after a certain point, you won't be able to get that information. But the time frame that we're talking about is the early 1900s and the late 1800s, and it's pretty clear she wasn't. And we're talking about that lady that wrote this book, right? This book. Well, she helped her husband write this book. He was just a jeweler. The Book of Talismans, Amulets, and Zodiacal Gems by William Thomas and Kate Pavitt. If you see that book, I want you to understand that it's a part of a counterintelligence agenda. It's total nonsense, and it should not be. You need to take it with a serious pinch of salt. Now, here's what I want to start with. So, the hyacinth gem, also known as the jacinth, is a yellow, red, brown variety of zircon. It's primarily associated with the zodiac sign Sagittarius, right? And that's quite interesting, right? Then when you actually go and look it up, now that's from that book that we're talking about. You go and look up that gem, and it's actually related to Apollo. We know Apollo, right? And the myth of Hyacinthus, a mortal lover of Apollo who passed away and transformed into the flower. And the gem is related to that as well, by the way. That's hence it gets its name. So it's important to recognize this. Another thing you're going to find if you Google garnets, then they're going to tell you that garnets are a stone for Capricorn. It's not. Garnets are associated with the god Aries, right? From ancient Greek. And Mars in the Roman tradition, which is Aries, not Capricorn. Yes, it's associated with a goat, but there's two goats in the Capricorn in the spectrum. There's a young goat and an old goat. It's related to the young goat specifically. And you're going to find there's a lot of this kind of information that's going to come up, right? You might find the Book of Talismans. Here we go, right? They're going to say that garnet is actually related to Aquarius. No. Garnets are related to Aries. It's related to Mars, not related to Saturn. This is... Or whenever you see garnets related to Aquarius, you got to understand where that information is coming from. Who is behind that information? Why is that information like this? And so now you'll find suggests that hyacinth garnet associated with Aquarius is the Lincurion mentioned in an ancient Greek philosopher. That is somebody guessing that that's what that word is. Nobody knows, right? They have totally fabricated that word means this. There's no evidence to prove that it does, and they've completely contradicted what used to be occult law with regards to gems and crystals. Enki. Now, you're going to hear that Enki is related to Saturn, right? This is what you're going to hear. Now, this is a very interesting discussion. a lot of these books on symbology that are all modern, that were all released after Aleister Crowley's work, Systematic Zoo. I hope I sent Systematic Zoo a thing. I did, didn't I? Yes, I did. Let me know if I forgot. So the whole story of Enki being related to Capricorn and Saturn and Aquarius. I'm sorry to burst the bubble, right? People, really sorry to burst that bubble. But that is unfortunately New Age stories. And I'm going to explain to you, there's something subtle to understand here. Jupiter. Jupiter is, do I have that actual thing here on the screen here? Let me see if I have it here. There we go. Okay. So this might give you an insight. So this is the planet Jupiter, right? From Sumerian cosmology, right? And obviously it's called Sag Magar. And that's closely associated with supreme rulers and divine authority in all of those ancient symbolic cosmological systems, right? So I want you to realize it basically means the main Babylonian deity, the god, right? And it's very important to draw this distinction now and realize that when Enki first arrived on Earth, Enki was the supreme ruler of Earth. So Enki was originally associated with Jupiter, right? But then, if you go and read the stories, Enlil became the supreme ruler. And Enki stepped down from that office and became the ruler of the Abzu, the underworld which relates to the sweet water inside the earth. Now, when Enki stepped down from that station, he gave up his association with Sag Magar, Jupiter, at which point Enlil became associated with Jupiter. And at that point where Enki disassociates himself with Jupiter, he becomes associated with the planet Mercury, right? Ea. So that's quite important to recognize. Notice there's no Aquarius connection here. This is New Age stuff that's been created. You go and look at the horse's mouth if you want to get the bottom line of it. I'm just pointing these things out so that people can see how much fabrication there has been. Now you're going to hear this is something else, right? Babylonian association, Ea and Gula. The constellation Aquarius was associated with the Babylonian god Ea, often represented as the Great One or the Gula. Now, this is somebody pulling this information out of their butts. I'm sorry to tell you this, right? Because they are drawing the distinction that the Aquarius is the water bearer, and because Ea, Enki, is related to the water, he's not the water bearer, he's related to the subterranean water, and that's something different to the water bearer. Chalk and cheese. And just to understand how much of this obfuscation has been a big part of a lot of our law, so that people, when they're studying the occult and they want to get an insight into what it is that they're looking at, this is the traditional information. You can actually go and find it and you can go and take a look. It's quite clear, right? You can find, this is why, for example, Mercury rules the trade on the sea. I don't know if you've noticed that. Yeah. So we still to this day call it mercantile, right? The word mercantile comes from the word mer. Mer is an old word that means water. Mercantile is got to do with the water that comes from the sea. Now, Aquarius is the water bearer that maintains the balance of the tides in the sea. Two different things. Mercury is literally to do with humans' interaction with the sea. So it's very, very different. Not that subtly different. And for those that aren't sure, Enki's title is, you can see his old titles. Not now, please give me a minute. I'll be with you in a minute. Enki's old titles is the Lord of the Earth. That was the title before Enlil took over from him. That's why he has a title. It's not his title. It wasn't his title, because he became the Lord of the Abzu when he became aligned with Mercury. When he was the Lord of the Earth, he was aligned with Jupiter. But then Enlil took over. That's why he re-embraced the name Ea, which is Ea An Ki. Ki meaning earth, An meaning supreme Lord. Ea, the supreme Lord of earth, Ea An Ki. But the An Ki got removed from his name, and this is why he was later once again referred to as Ea. But he was yet the Lord of the Abzu, and this is the underworld where that sweet water relates, where it stays. So there's like some interesting idea to contextual differences. It's while Enki holds a high position in the Sumerian pantheon, he is distinct from deities typically associated with the epithet Geula. So there was a time when he was, and there was a time when he wasn't. What else have I got here? Oh, yes. Another association that Enki has is through Nin Sina. Now, Nin Sina is the healer that represents healing energy. And there is a shadow connection with Inanna, who is Venus. Venus rules healing, right? So, there were also particular constellation, the bow star, Canis Major, Puppis, that's related to this Nina Siena. So, it's just food for thought for you guys. When you're hearing a lot of these new age people, and I don't want to diss this guy, but I'm going to be honest. What inspired me to actually have this discussion with you guys is there's this guy who does symbolism, right? And he's got like 30,000 followers or subscribers on YouTube, right? Symbolic studies. He's a really nice guy. He does a lot of really good work. He works really hard. But I noticed his planetary gems were winding me up. He did a planetary gem. I was like, no, man, I know that's not right. Then the next month he did a planetary gem. I was like, oh, this new age crap. And then he did the Aquarius planetary gem, and that was just for me too much, right? It was too much for me. I was like, I've got to speak out about this, because what's happened is he's a great guy, he's a great researcher. He came into his research late, right? So he worked as a graphic designer his life. He wasn't researching the stuff before the internet came out. He doesn't know. And a lot of people don't know what they don't know. So they go on the internet, they trust the information they get from Google, they do their research and they compile information. And Google is so intelligent that if you start to change the questions you ask, she changes her answers. So I will grill Google. Google will say that, and I'll grill Google. And I'll start adding in search terms what specific ancient text and where in that text does it say it. Then Google will start changing its answer, because it knows, okay, this guy's asking really difficult questions. I better start giving him a little more of the truth than I was giving him 10 minutes ago. So you'll find that, unfortunately, if you haven't done the research before the internet, it's going to be very hard for you to actually come across the original. Yeah, Mario is really a great guy. He does great work. And I hope he watches this and takes a look at some of the information I'm going to share with regards to the planets and the stones and where that comes from, And I noticed like 10, 15 years ago, this was changing, maybe 20 years ago. And I had a good grounding because I got my information from within the occult libraries when I was young. Back in late 80s, early 90s. And so, I had a grounding and a place from which to get the information. Then I noticed things changing. And I noticed that there were these fringe ideas that started to become more and more popular. And with the internet, these influences got exposed with these fringe ideas, and these fringe ideas have now become normalized. And so people think that a lot of these gems they're talking about is sort of relevant. And so, like, okay, I'll do a really quick breakdown of basically what I'm talking about here. So I'll start with a few, and hopefully that will be able to make some sense out of it. So did I close down that thing? I did, didn't I? Where is my... There it is. Give me 1 second while I do a share screen again. Accidentally closed it down. So where are we? Right. There we go. So I'm gonna just take a look at this, right? We're gonna look at Pisces to start with. And you know, based on provided results, there is no specific ancient text cited that directly links the zodiac sign Pisces to bloodstone. So when you grill the AI, this is what she comes up with. When you first ask the AI, it tells you bloodstone is the Pisces stone. No, it's not. Bloodstone's related to Aries. And you can track it in the mythology. You can track it in the ancient records. It's there. And it's related to the month of March, correct. The month of March is actually related to Aries, not Pisces. Pisces is actually related to the month of February. This is how they brainwash you, right? And so Aries is related to bloodstone, and blood is you need a bloodstone if you're a warrior, because it's all about physicality, physical prowess, right? Bloodstone, do the math. I hope I'm sharing the right thing. Like, share this instead. So this is what happens when you grill it, right? And you'll notice that based on there's no specific ancient text, modern astrological birthstone and gem law. So what they're telling you here is that there were ancient Greeks that were talking about a stone that means not drunk. Okay, I can tell you when they're talking about a stone that means not drunk that they're talking about amethyst. And amethyst has been associated with Pisces. And I know this from, like, you know, decades ago. This is how I learned it in the books that existed before the internet existed, right? And a lot of these things, here's where they get the information from. Remember that thing? So now we're on the next one. So Aquarius is supposed to be associated with garnet and hyacinth. Not true. Garnet is associated with Mars, not with Saturn, right? This all comes from this book. And remember, I told you guys earlier that the author of this book lied about being a theosophist. She wasn't a theosophist. She wasn't even anything related to any. But why she lied about it, I don't know. She's got a whole life story that she's written about being a theosophist, and she was never a theosophist because her name would be in that book that I showed you earlier, right? And this work, which draws on older traditions apparently, but the person who wrote the book doesn't have any basis, right? It's like, if I'm not a doctor, I can't just write a book on medical science that I haven't studied, right? Claiming that I went to a university when I never went there. That's not how this works in the real world. So you've got to take a look. Wherever you see this, the book of talismans, amulets, and zodiacal gems, it's a red light. It's a massive, massive red light. So that's just a few that I've shown you. Let's just skim through it quickly some more. What's the next one? Okay.
I think Shinobi wants into the chat.
Welcome, dear Shinobi. Namaste, Shinobi. I hope you're well. For those who don't know Shinobi, he's a cool cat. He's got some cool stuff to share. Is it okay if I just share this quickly? I'll try and keep it down to 15 minutes because it's really going to show people what I'm talking about without seeing the whole thing. So we've gone through 2 signs in that few minutes, and we'll go through another 10 signs in about 10 minutes. I'll speed it up for you guys. So what have we got here? Here's where they're telling you. How did I do that? Somehow when I let you in, I closed down that thing. So here's when they're telling you that this is what Google will tell you if you ask it, right? It will tell you that this is the case, right? But it says other associated complementary stones include blue sapphire and onyx. Let me show you a Vedic chart, okay? I'll show you a Vedic chart so that you can see for yourself what a Vedic chart looks like. And you can compare. Now, India, the beautiful thing about India, right, was that India never had the Crusades. They never lost their information. They kept their information safe and sound. And because they kept the information safe and sound, it's much harder for them to be misled. So I'll show you a chart, and that should give you quite an interesting perspective on desktop. Let me just grab that link quickly. It should give you quite an interesting perspective on zodiac. So, okay, well, I'll have to find it for you just now. There we go. So you'll be able to see this is the Vedic thing. I actually made this for you guys, by the way, just so that you guys could see it. So this is officially, this is the Vedic story. So yellow sapphires is related to Sagittarius, right? Yellow topaz can work, or a citrine can work. They're cheaper options. That's Jupiter. The other Jupiter sign, which is Pisces, is also yellow sapphire, yellow topaz, and citrine, according to Vedic astrology, right? And this is the most reliable astrology that you're going to find on the planet, believe it or not. Then you've got Aquarius and Capricorn, right? And they're related to Aquarius is specifically related to the blue sapphire, as is the Capricorn. And amethyst is a replacement for that blue sapphire. And that amethyst can also be a very beneficial stone related to Pisces, even though it's not a birthstone, because amethyst brings in that solid, serious Capricornian mind. Aries is red coral, red carnelian, or a garnet, warrior stones. The same for Scorpio, right? You can see Scorpio on the other side. There's Scorpio, red coral, garnet, agate. Taurus and Libra are diamonds. If you can't afford a diamond, it's zircon or white sapphires. That's for any Venus-related planet, right? Mercury is emerald, peridot, or sometimes suggested is green tourmaline. But emerald and peridots are really the mercurial stones. So Virgo and Gemini, those are the traditional stones. And you're going to actually track this in ancient Egypt as well. I'll show you links. Ruby is obviously related to the sun. A red spinel. Sometimes red garnets are used for the solar energy because of the sun's association with Mars. That's just because the discipline of Mars is really healthy for the sun, but it's not actually the sun's specific birthstone. Cancer is usually moonstones or pearls if you've got the money. Gemini we've discussed, Taurus we've discussed. So that's pretty much an idea of the Vedic system and how the Vedic works. Just to give you a background into the different forms of working with these gems. And you're going to notice that when I share other things with you, it's going to be quite interesting. So they're talking about Capricorn, garnet, most definitely not. Garnet is a good stone for Capricorn people because garnet brings the discipline of Mars into Saturn's place, which can be beneficial for a Capricornian, but it's not the birthstone. But they'll tell you it is. And that's from that other group of people that, wrote that book. And that book is basically the reason why all of this idea has been mixed up. And so let me open some more tabs. So open tab. Now, when we go to share this link instead, historical agricultural literature, there is no single ancient text, classical treatise from Rome or Greece that directly matches modern association of the sign Capricorn to the gemstone garnet. You can go and look this up, do your search. They have decided that because there's this allegory in Exodus about the breastplate, that somebody has chosen to interpret it that those stones are specifically related to those stars, even though it doesn't say it in the text specifically, right? Because of that other book that I mentioned before, those two, that the woman pretending to be a theosophist, she has popularized the ideas of a particular person's interpretation, and now this is stuck. Garnet is now officially stone related to Capricorn, when it never really was in antiquity. Share this instead. So which specific text specifically shows Capricorn with black onyx? Based on historical and esoteric interpretations, the association of Capricorn with black onyx is primarily found in the classical ceremonial magic and medieval European Arabic lapidary traditions, rather than a single. So they're going to tell you here, and they make it sound pretty impressive, right? Traditional occult and magical, they won't tell you which texts, right? I've specifically said which ancient text specifically associates. Well, they're just telling you it's more or less those texts. They won't tell you which text, because the texts don't exist if you go looking for it. There are connections that you can use that stone for particular conditions related to that planetary ailment, and it can be useful. And it is taught this way, but it has got to do with more subtle influences within your zodiac chart as to whether you are suffering a particular influence of that Capricornian energy, and then you might need that as a balancing factor. But it's not like they're saying that's your zodiac stone. In fact, it can be disruptive to believe that that's your stone and to be using that stone unless you specifically need it. And so let's keep going. So we then open this one, see what this one is. Okay, so that's the same one as before. Let me just close down these other two tabs, because I'm trying to go through all of these tabs as fast as I can. You're going to find that they're going to tell you, why is this so slow? There we go. You're going to find that they're going to tell you as well that Sagittarius birthstone is turquoise. Sorry, mouth flush. Yes, blue topaz can be used. It can be used, but actually golden topaz works better. Yellow sapphire, they're telling you there that these are secondary, those are the primary stones. As for turquoise is not specifically for that at all. In Vedic astrology, turquoise, often referred to as Fiosa, is primarily associated with Jupiter. I'm sorry, that is not correct. Buzz, right? It is linked with Ketu. Yes, true. Ketu, it is linked with. This has got to do with cleansing your past. This has got to do with soul retrieval. That's what I use turquoise for, because it's in the law. If you know how to use it, it can be a very powerful stone to use. Turquoise is a highly spiritualizing stone. It has to do with the emotions that you're carrying from the past. In traditional Vedic astrology, Jupiter Guru is exclusively associated with yellow or golden color transparent and high density gemstones like yellow sapphire, golden topaz, or yellow citrine, right? So you can see how this new age stuff is contradicting itself. If you haven't actually studied the law yourself, you might be mistaken by what the internet tells you, unless you know how to grill the AI, because the AI is our new guru. Why turquoise is considered a modern era. You saw me just showing you now that turquoise is the color discrepancy, right? They're telling you that in Vedic cosmology, turquoise is used. Yes, modern Modern Vedic astrology is trying to change this because of what they're finding on the internet. However, the traditional astrologers call it an error because they are practicing the Jyotri that came from the Vedas, that came from their forefathers, which they've been practicing, which hasn't been worked out by our new way. Ketu versus Jupiter, what I was talking about earlier, right? In some Vedic traditions, turquoise is actually associated with Ketu. Like I told you, if you've spent enough time in India, like I have, spent enough time with astrologers and with Gurujis learning about the different planetary influences, you will understand the importance of Ketu. That's the south node, what we call the south node. They call it a different planet. But anyway, different way of looking at it. And that is the associated connection with that particular gem, for example. So you'll notice that even within the Vedic system, they're trying to work it out. Let me get next. So we're moving past Jupiter now. And literally, I went and did this research so that I can show you guys how much contradiction there is and how the internet is going to basically lie its pants off. And if I didn't know that this was untrue, I wouldn't know what to go looking for, right? Was strongly associated with war deities, right? So in Mesopotamian times, turquoise stone was associated with war deities. This is important to understand Ketu, the south node of the moon is actually related to. You might not know this, but the moon relates to life and death in the occult. And the north node of the moon is the abundance and the birth and the womb that brings forth life. The south node is the tail, that which takes life out of the world. Hence, turquoise's association with the south node of the moon is its association with deities that are related to war, because war causes people to leave this world. Do the math. I mean, it's really there. You can go and check it. You can go and track it. You can go to the Aztec side of the world. It's the same story. All the war deities are related to turquoise. And guess what? It has nothing to do with Jupiter at all. Nothing. So there's just another example of like just completely worked out nonsense being sold to us like it's some kind of ancient occult like thing when it's totally not. Primary birthstone of Scorpio, topaz. Oh my gosh. I didn't even know what to say when I saw this. It blew my mind. I didn't know that people were being so badly led astray until I watched this guy's channel and saw what he was telling people were the birthstones. I was like, dude, that's wrong. It's simply wrong. In fact, it's so wrong that it might be unhealthy for somebody to associate with that stone with their planetary vibrations, because it's not really going to do them good unless they have a specific astrologer that has looked at their chart and says you need that because of other influences, at which point it can be useful. So Scorpio is not related to topaz. I have often seen Scorpio related to turquoise. It's not specifically the stone for the birthstone for Scorpio, but Scorpio is all about the card for death, right? The card for transformation and death. And these are very powerful warrior archetypes. The warrior deity obviously being Mars. Mars rules Scorpio. Scorpio has a shadow connection with turquoise. It has a bigger claim to turquoise than Jupiter, right? So this is important to realize this. Now they're going to tell you the truth. Are you ready for it? Right? They're going to tell you that Scorpio is related to aquamarine, obsidian. Now, obsidian does have a resonant frequency with Scorpio. This is true. Black tourmaline is a very good stone that it is very healthy for Scorpios to wear. It's not the specific primary stone, but it holds its place. I'm going to point out here as well, in ancient Egypt, back to the turquoise story, Mefkat was strongly associated with protective maternal and solar deities like Hathor. But while scorpions represent the goddess Serket or Selket, the primary association for scorpions was the protective amulets and healing magic, not specifically the stone turquoise. Turquoise was associated with joy, heaven, and Hathor. This has got to do with the profound transformative potentials within Scorpio to reach the state of the eagle. So she is the Scorpion goddess, and there is very much a relation to the sign of Scorpio if you go and look at those myths and you go and take a look at what they're actually saying, the Egyptians valued turquoise for its color, which represented joy and delight. And Scorpio holds within it the seeds of true joy and true delight. Hence it rules, and I'm going to say this once for effect, sexuality. Is there anything that brings you more joy and delight in your life than sexuality? Kundalini arousal and correct use of sexual energy can put you into a permanent state of joy and delight. Hence, it's ruled by Scorpio. Hence, it's related to the scorpion, and hence it's related to Kundalini purification and Serket, the scorpion goddess. So, you know, you can go and do your own research, and I would recommend to people that they do their own research. Don't take my word for it. I'm hopefully just giving you enough information to see and realize that the so-called New Age crap that you've been sold, it's exactly that. It's rubbish. Sorry, that's the same one all over again. Oops, when I close that, I closed the whole thing. So let's go up and take the next 3. We're getting through this quite fast, by the way. I'm almost done. We're at Scorpio. That means we're moving back to Aries in a couple of minutes. So just let me reshare that picture. I must remember not to close the tab of the screen that I'm actually sharing because it causes its own issues. Share. There we go. So that's the same one. Closing that one. Oh, damn. Sorry, excusez-moi. I'm trying too hard to rush so that I don't waste too much time on this. Didn't want to waste too much time. So there we go. Okay. So does the book of talismans, amulets, and zodiacal gems relate Scorpio with topaz? I was quite intrigued to see this. Yes, the book of talismans, amulets, zodiacal gems by William Thomas and Kate Pavitt. Scorpio association with topaz is considered a lucky stone for those born in November. Okay, that's interesting. Primary stone for Libra, opal. Now, once again, the opal is the stone for the moon. It's a lunar stone. It's a really good stone for Cancerians. It's not the correct stone for a Libra. It can make a Libra too spaced out, right? It's a very dreamy stone. Libras actually do better with a more grounding presence of a stone. They want a Venus stone. They want a diamond, preferably, right? Preferably a diamond. Diamond's really good for. Why do you think men give women diamonds? Because it strengthens their relationship, right? And Libra represents relationships. So if you want to strengthen a relationship between a man and a woman and those scales, get them in balance, there's a diamond, and the diamond does that, plays that role. So yeah, Libra and that, what do I say? How do I say that? You can see here, this is that same book that I'm telling you about, right? Specifically, text formulates the association between Libra and opal. It's that same book by that same woman that claims to have been a theosophist, but her name doesn't exist in the Theosophical Society. You can't find any track of her anywhere related to the Theosophical Society other than the books that she wrote about how she was a member, which she wasn't, right? So you've always got to check people, their authenticity, their integrity. The same as Aleister Crowley pretending that he was a magician. He was never a magician. He was studying Theuricus. That's the grade he reached. The moment he got the higher grade, he got kicked out on his butt. He never got to practice actual real magic in any fraternity other than the one that he created. So he was a beginner when he created his own fraternity, which is just, I want you to imagine how ridiculous that is. It's the same idea here. So they're telling us about how, you know, the idea opal is unlucky for non-October birthdays and by extension not for Libra is a superstition. This is what they tell you. But actually they tell you in Vedic astrology that it can be unlucky for Librans. It can be not good for them. It can cause them to become a bit disassociated. and to become too self-obsessed emotionally and not see the balanced side of the scales, which is really important for a Libra. So that's why the diamond is there, because the diamond keeps you grounded. And when you're grounded, you're able to see both sides of the story because you're not going to react. The lunar energy is a very intense emotional current, and it's very strong energy for the moon. And so if you are ruled by the moon, that's going to bring the moon's full power into bear. But when you add a lot of moon into the Venus story, it starts to overwhelm the Venus. And the Venus is really about looking into different layers, understanding the different functions between different aspects of any particular pattern or combination of things. So let's keep going. Virgo. Let's go to Virgo. Okay, my gosh. I remember what they told us with Virgo. Oh my gosh. And just before we go to Virgo, so we've still got that one there. Ancient context. Opal is the queen of gems. Right. They're calling it the Cupid stone, right? And this is supposedly from the Roman Hellenistic era, right? Modern association, the formalized association for opal specifically with Libra as the birthstone rises from modern standardized lists such as the established National Association of Jewelers, right? Which have used that other handbook that we were talking about as their basis for their information. So that might give you an insight into just exactly where we are at. Share this tab instead. So primary stone for Virgo is blue sapphire. Blue sapphire is a stone for Saturn. You're bringing Saturn's energy into a Virgo. Now, Saturn is very intense. Do you know what happens when you put a blue sapphire onto a Virgo? You find somebody that becomes so fastidious that it's actually an inhibition. They don't want to become overtly fastidious because they will be so obsessed in organizing everything that they won't actually get to do anything. It's not necessarily healthy. It can be healthy for a Virgo that has other qualities. Blue sapphire is very good for Capricorn because it helps them to focus their energy and move towards what they wish to. However, a carnelian, moss agate, peridot. Now we're talking. The peridot is the true Virgo stone, right? And it's literally associated with the month August. So it represents healing and vitality, which is the Virgin. You know, the Virgin is very pure, very intense energy. Zircons have also been known as being these are the real gems related to the Virgo, not the blue sapphire. And you can track that in various different places if you take the time to look into the mythologies and look into what the ancients said. Emeralds in ancient Egypt, emeralds were symbolic of rebirth and eternal youth, right? So emerald's a really good stone, and it relates to Mercury. And that eternal youth is really what Virgo represents. You need to look at what Virgo is. It's a youthful energy that's moving towards continually staying pure, and that's what youthfulness really represents. So that's where we end up with Virgo. So let me just grab another couple of links, and we've gone through a long way. Leo, oh gosh. This is going to get funny now. I'm a Leo, and I've always known what my birthstone is since the 80s, right? Because I studied it. Then I saw the work internet come along. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? Do you really think I would have fall for this stuff? But the sad thing is that people don't know. When you don't know what you don't know. So the primary stone for Leo is peridot. No, it is not. It's not even a stone associated with Leo at all. It's actually a stone associated with Mercury, not with the sun. Mercury will cause a Leo to be so self-obsessed that they'll be talking about themselves all bloody day long and they won't stop, right? What's the secondary stones? Ruby. Now there's a stone for a Leo. that keeps the fire burning at a consistent rate. That is a proper Leo stone. This traditional stone that's related to that. Josh, I'll come give you a hug and a kiss in your bed in a minute. Okay. Mwah. I'm about 3 minutes away. Promise. Love you. So while the association between Leo and Peridot is well established in modern gemstone literature and traditional birthstone charts, specifically named ancient texts from Greek and Roman eras, right? So the ancient gem of the sun is a topaz. Oh yes, topaz is another very good Leo stone, by the way. As well as a ruby is a good one. Rubies are sometimes used for Mars, sometimes related to Aries, but generally the solar. Leo's fire as the sun. The ancient Egyptians were very much taken by topaz. Topaz was related to the lion, related to the sun, and that is correct. That is correct law, not New Age fluffy nonsense. In Egypt, yellow topaz was reserved as a powerful solar gem, and it was related to the solar god Re. And Re is obviously ruling the sun, ruling lion. You go and do your own research. You'll see. The more you look into it, always take a triple look. I use Greek. I look at the Greeks. I look at the Egyptian, and I look at the Sumerian and even the Akkadian when I'm drawing my associations. Ancient Egyptian tradition. The sunstone related to, while the association between Peridot and Leo is largely rooted in historical, cultural, and gemological traditions, what they're talking about is the last 100 years, really, than a single specific ancient text. In other words, they can't find a single bloody ancient text anywhere that associates Peridot with Leo. That's what they're saying, but they're saying it in a very roundabout way. They're talking once again here about topaz. You see, they're trying to pull wool over your eyes. If you don't know, you don't know. They'll be able to get away with it. The Naisha Ashian, this text provides a peridot in the context of being a stone of manifestation, abundance, and its historical gem of the sun. Not true. It supports Leo in as much as the learning capacity, because it's a mercurial stone. It's very good for Virgos. If a Leo is busy studying and they have a lot of Virgo in their chart, then it will be very good for a Leo, because it will help them become a teacher or move towards that if that's their calling in life. But that's not purely what a Virgo is. That's a Virgo multi-class, Leo multi-class Virgo. So what else have we got here? Based on the analysis, historical gemology says there is no single ancient texts. Okay, is this the same one that I showed? Yes, it is. So let's move past Virgo. Let's go to Cancer. Oh my gosh. Now this is where it gets ridiculous, right? This is where I actually fell off my chair. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, you guys, like, do you think people are stupid? Well, like that's what was going through my brain. So they're going to tell you now, yes, the primary birthstone for Cancer is a ruby. Really, a ruby. Seriously. And the secondary stone is the moonstone. I mean, come on. The moon rules Cancer. Moonstone has always, pearl is your premium stone for Cancerians. But if you can't afford a pearl, get a moonstone. Go to any Vedic astrologer, they'll explain that to you. It's really that simple. Ruby, do you know what a ruby does to a Cancerian? It makes them become so fiery and fired up that all they can focus on is their own feelings. And they're not able to rationalize in the world. You do not want a Cancerian in that state. Unless they've got a lot of Leo energy that needs to be toned by that in a pure Cancerian state will not work. If they do have Leo, they'll be having the self-expression, and they'll be having that soul wanting to spend time on their own. But the Cancerians want to surround themselves with their family and their people. They want to play an integral role within the hearth, the proverbial hearth of the home. So yeah, not a good idea necessarily for your standard pure Cancer, unless there's a cause for it. Based on Vedic astrology, primary traditional birthstone for Cancer is the pearl, the moti, as Cancer is ruled by the moon. Ruby is generally recognized in Western astrology as a birthstone for July. July rules Leo, which partially overlaps with the Cancer zodiac sign, but it's not really the beginning. The first phase of Leo, because Leo's got 3 phases, starts in July. And that third part of July is the part that we're talking about specifically. However, some contemporary interpretations of Vedic astrology associates the ruby with Cancer under specific limited conditions, though it's not a traditional recommendation, right? Traditional view, Vedic astrology recommends the pearl for Cancer. Ruby is the stone of the sun and primarily recommended for Leo, right? That just should be like, a bit of an eye-opener for people that are working with stones and are interested in, understanding the vibrations of these different gems. They're like living beings. So Vedic astrology generally advises individuals Cancer's ascendant, Karkalanga, or Cancer moon sign to be cautious, or in some cases avoid wearing a ruby. A ruby can actually be disastrous depending on your Cancerian placements. Just by the way, it can actually be bad for your health. Just so you know, this is how serious what we're talking about really is. People don't realize that gems are a form of medicine, and take the wrong medicine that you don't need, it becomes poison. That is sort of how this works. Historical gemology, astrological, what is this? Queen of Gems, Cupid Stone. Okay, so that's the same one that I had up a long time ago. Let's move on. We're Gemini, and then we've got Taurus and Aries. So let's do this quickly. So we're going to see Gemini, emeralds, really good for Gemini. Let's do Taurus as well. Let's do them two, one shot, because they both have a very interesting relevance here as a sort of a polarity. And when we're talking about Taurus, we're talking about Apis the bull, right? And it's very important to understand this. The Vajra, the thunderbolt in Indian mythology, diamonds. What's a diamond? Why is a diamond important? And you can cross references. So the birthstone for Gemini, they say, is a pearl. It is not a pearl. I'm sorry, pearl is not for Gemini. Alexandrite, yes, that's quite useful. Moonstone, no. Citrine, yes, that can work. It's specifically a Sagittarian stone, but it can work well for a lot of Geminis because of the synergy produced. But yeah, basically horribly wrong. Now, gems and minerals strongly associated with the Egyptian god of wisdom, that is Thoth, right? Thoth is Mercury, are emeralds, lapis lazuli, jaspers, and turquoise. Now we're onto it. Now we're getting somewhere. Turquoise is a good stone to use because of its ability to ground the energy. It's specifically, turquoise is quite a unique gem. It's got quite it can move around. It's got a unique combination with carrying the green and the blue in it. But emerald is probably your premium stone for a Gemini. And hence we hear of the emerald tablets of Thoth. It's not by accident that they were made of emerald, according to the story. It's not a coincidence that you speak about Hermes Trismegistus with his emerald tablets. There's a reason for all of this. Lapis lazuli is also related to, there's a Venetian quality to lapis lazuli as well, by the way. But it's very interesting because it's got pyrite in it. It's got 2 different gems in the lapis lazuli. So it's quite a broad spectrum. So you got the lazurite, you got the pyrite, and you got the third, what's it called? So you got 3 different stones together as a combination in lapis lazuli. So lapis lazuli is a unique gem. Jasper is related. This is quite a powerful grounding stone. It can be quite useful. Green fluorite as well. Very good for Mercury. Very good for Mercury. Very good for that sign, right? Now they're going to tell you that emeralds were not strongly associated with the Greek god Hermes during the classical period, but they became intimately linked with him in the Hellenistic Egypt specifically. The truth is that we don't have very much information prior to that period. right? You've got to see how clever these people are, right? With regards to the specifics of the gems. So they'll just tell you that they don't know, but they'll just say that it isn't. But actually, at the point where the Hellenistic Egypt combines with this information from Alexandria, from Egypt, that's where we start to see a lot more knowledge about the gems, because guess where it came from? It came from Egypt. And Egypt's knowledge is completely in alignment with the Vedic knowledge. Don't you find that interesting? Something going on there, isn't there? So, like, how much wokeness has there been? Taurus, right? Now they tell you Taurus is emerald. Emerald is mercurial. The mercurial energy is going to bring Taurus's mind active. It's going to make Taurus think more than they need to. Taurians aren't happy when they're thinking. Taurians want to be grounded in physicality. They do say complementary stones is diamond. Actually, that's not the complementary stone. That is the birthstone for Taurus. I know my moon's in Taurus. I've always had a thing. Quartz is also got a place there. It's got its place. You get green colored sapphires, really, really good as well. But the diamond is the premium stone for Taurus. Let's see what we're going to find at the next tab that I've shared here. The tears of the gods, splinters from the stars, or lightning bolts. This has got to do with where diamonds are related. The bull of heaven, Gugalana, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, is traditional academic texts. The broader, older, first millennium BC to 4th century BC, is linked with these stones, right? Diamonds. And they say that diamonds were created by the lightning, and that there's this connection with the bull of heaven. And you'll find this is going to be mentioned in various different mythologies. And the bull of heaven is Taurus. Just to give you some context. So the celestial powers are related to this creation of diamonds, which is when the electricity strikes the earth, right? And I wonder whether there's actually some kind of truth to that as well. Possibly it might be more than just allegory. There might be something to it.
There is. Can I mention that?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, Herkimer diamonds are found in the desert in the sand, and when the sand gets struck by lightning, it creates what's called a Herkimer diamond. They're considered to actually be a harder quartz diamond, but they are called a diamond, and so they might have been considered a lesser diamond at the time.
And those quartz are used for Taurus, by the way. Like I mentioned quartz earlier. Very good. That's very interesting. Yeah, those Herkimer diamonds are really, really cool. So, okay, we're almost done here. And then it's just Aries. And Aries is a very simple one. Also, I might point this out as well. In ancient Egypt, the sacred Apis bull is got a special diamond white shape on its forehead, which relates to diamonds as well, and to the god Ptah, right? So that's quite an interesting something else that relates to like the old why the diamonds are supposed to do with electricity, and it's to do with the diamond shape. So where are we now? Genealogy. There's no single ancient texts from the Roman or Hellenistic area that suggests Libra with opal. Yeah. By the way, earlier on we were talking about Libra. There is no specific text that connects the opal with this. This is an ancient context, right? Ancient Romans regarded opal as the queen of the gems. So somebody has contextually decided this based upon contextual ideas, but there's no actual references. And it says the National Association of Jewelers, which have used that other jeweler's handbook that I mentioned, written by Zodiac Birth Stars and Joe. I think that was also written by that couple, right? So these people wrote these books, and they've become like really popularized, and this is sort of what has sort of paved the way for much of this woke ideas. The Vajra, I'll just add this here. The Vajra, the thunderbolts, is also related to diamonds, is also related to that's the striking of electricity. And Indra, obviously, is related to this Venus, related to this energy, as he's coming from the perspective of Jupiter, right? Ea Enki has actually got associations with Venus as well, by the way, through that goddess I mentioned earlier, if you remember, what was her name? Ininini, yeah, which is the healing, and there are relations with her with Inanna. So there's subtle relations to look at that, but those are subtle. So I won't get caught up in those because those are allegory. They're not specifically supported with actual more than just contextual evidence, shall we say. Last 3 links to look at, and I'm just opening them here as we go. So Aries birthstones. Aries birthstones, okay. Aquamarine, oh my God. Aquamarine is a stone for bravery. Aries don't need that aquamarine bravery. It works well with Aquarius, actually, to be brave within the social sphere, to come out of themselves. And because Aquarians tend to want to adapt to everything around them, they have to become self-expressive. The Aquarian, opposite to Leo, obviously. So the aquamarine works well for them. It can work well for Capricornian as well, because it calms down, the communication's good. So here they're telling you that for Aries, you want emeralds, bloodstone, yes. They say supporting stones. Bloodstones are that actually is one of the ruling stones of Mars. Emerald, no. Mercury. Red jasper, yes. Red jasper is one of the ruling stones for Mars. So is a garnet, by the way, but not a diamond. Aries, they're telling you should use a diamond. No. A diamond will make an Aries very dogmatic and very intensely. They'll just want to argue with you all the time. They actually need the bloodstone, or they need the red jasper. The grounding energy of the earth is really, they need that. The diamond is too intense. For earth signs, that intensity fits well, but the Aries has got a lot of fire. The diamond is very fixed, and it causes them to want to break out of that mold. And so they become excessively stimulating anger, basically. Not really the best thing for an Aries person unless they have other influences they need to deal with. In ancient Egypt, materials such as that stones associated with the ram, representing gods like Amun and Kum. Lapis lazuli, that's related to the old ram, which is Capricorn. Jasper, that's related to Aries, the young ram, right? Face, that's Capricorn, right? Turquoise. Turquoise is a warrior stone, right? So warrior stones, turquoise could be used for Aries, and it could be used for Scorpio as well. But more often they sit well with Scorpios because of the cooling nature. But it depends on your Aries energy. Depends how much Aries you got in you, as to what your requirements are. But that's not totally off. Gemstones associated with Aries, the Greek god of war, are characterized by red, dark, and intense tones, symbolic fire and raw power. Keystones, red carnelian, yes. Vitality and courage, yes. Along with bloodstone, yes. Rubies, yes. Garnet, yes. Red jasper, yes. What was it they were telling us a few minutes ago about the Aries? Let's just take a double look here. They were saying a diamond. Diamond. But yeah, we don't agree with the diamond. We agree with this, with the god Aries, and the red carnelian. Yes, totally. And based on the analysis of historical gemology, the astrological text, there is no single ancient text. Once again, we find when we put the AIs back up against the wall, we find the same idea. They've got nothing to base the information on. Anyway, that's me done. I wanted to get this off my chest.
Excellent. That was amazing. Thank you. Now I want to do a little bit of a follow-up with the Herkimer diamonds. The Herkimer diamonds are double terminated, which means they're pointed on both ends, and they're said to be formed in the vugs, which are small cavities of dolostone. And so they were thought to have been created 500 million years ago. And they're also found in the desert too, from broken down dolostone, I would imagine. And basically, I think people have probably in the past mixed them up with fulgurites, which is lightning glass, because they're found in similar areas, and they can have a similar opacity to them, and they have similar properties. So I feel like there was somewhat of a mix-up in the past with their lack of scientific understanding, but they were considered to be associated with lightning, although this may not be correct. But I'm trying to figure out what exactly was going on around about 500 million years ago that could have done this. And so there's the David Talbot's Electric Universe suggests that there's periods of electrical arcing that happen where transient luminous events begin to occur, and ball lightning and things of the sort become more prominent during closer proximity to Sirius. So it may be the case that some of this arcing could have created these bugs, formed Herkimer diamonds, and they're not exactly connected to the dolostone. They just form in the cavities, which means that they were not formed during the formation of the stone. So it's a very interesting process, more to learn. But welcome, General Shinobi. I know you've gotten in. I don't know if you've gotten to speak yet. I can pass the mic to you if you want to do a little introduction. General Shinobi is writing a book. He's a wonderful researcher. He's got a beautiful interpretation of things and sees things in a very deep aspect. And he's studying etymology, astrology, amongst other modalities of study, and a very deep pupil and student. Glad to have you with us.
Much love, Indy. Thanks for that introduction. What's up, guys? I thought we were going to be doing, the Book of Enoch today. Did the plans change?
We're going to put that to next week.
Okay.
It's just a little bit.
I only got halfway through anyway. To be honest with you, I had to keep skipping it because it's very hard to digest because it's got quite old language, and it's just, man. The Emerald tablets and the book before that were much easier to soak in, but this was quite hard. It was loads of talk about angels and his the Lord and stuff, and I was a bit like, I didn't actually hear anything about giants. I think I got 2 hours through. So I'm glad we're doing it next week.
Do a little sneak preview if you want to mention any highlights from that right now. Basically, I wanted to mention about the Book of Enoch, particularly the idea that what goes on in the Book of Enoch is basically following the life of Enoch and his progression from living here on the surface as Enoch, and he built a city, the city of Enoch, which was said to be like New Jerusalem, and they think that city may have risen to the heavens because Enoch was taken by the angel of death. That the angel of death brought him by his request to hell, and when he arrived at hell, he was consumed by fire, but it didn't burn him. And so he was a student of mysticism, and he was able to not carry fear. And so most people in that situation would have been ravaged, and in their fear would have led them to be engulfed by the flames. But he was able to make it through unimpeded. And after that point, he was then impressing God, and who asked Azrael to bring him up to the fourth heaven. And or what happened was Azrael brought him to the fourth heaven after that to meet God, and God was looking for him down on earth and came back wondering where he was, and found that he was there because he was looking for him. And they finally met up there, and at which point I believe they might have gone to the seventh heaven. And Enoch was able to see the various things of the heaven and meet the watchers and report back to earth before he was given 72 wings and became Metatron. So he actually became the spiritual brother of Sandalphon, who was the ascended version of Ezekiel. And so when they were up there, they were given the responsibility to guide humanity. And Metatron has been a very powerful spiritual guide for a lot of people, and that is the ascended form of Enoch. And when he was there in the heavens, he was able to report back to the earth, to the people here, that they have the tree of life there, and the tree of life was able to keep them in a state of immortality.
Hey, just a question.
for pretty much, this is kind of like an open house question, but I'm just kind of curious. I mean, obviously there's like, you know, history has, you know, whatever it says. Why do you guys think that the Book of Enoch was not part of the main biblical canon? Like, why do you think they axed that out and didn't leave it in?
I'm pretty sure they're trying to, it's restricted for us to know anything about the heavenly kingdom. I think a lot of it's been obfuscated, so they basically leave it so that if you do deep research, you'll find the obfuscations of it. I had a personal experience with this, trying to write my last previous article on my blog page, vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. I wrote about the Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus, which are actually not the eyes of Ra and Horus. They were the eyes of their female companion goddesses, Ma'at, which was actually the daughter of Ra. One of them was the daughter of Ra. I can't remember which one. And then Ma'at, who was I believe the companion of Thoth, where they did their ceremonial ushering of the souls there with the scale and the feather of Ma'at weighed against the heart, the scale being held by Anubis. So if I went to look for the Eye of Ma'at and the Eye of Wajet, there's absolutely nothing that comes up. I couldn't get any diagrams, pictures, images, anything. One thing said, like, the Eye of Wajet. Or no, it said the Eye of Ra, and then it just said Wajet somewhere on the page. And I was like, all right, this is as close as I'm gonna get. And so I was like, all right, at least there's that, because I know it's the case, but it's just not available online. So as far as you can go trying to research what you already know intuitively to be true from reading in books, the internet is not going to show that to you. It's going to be very difficult to find this information. So I think that's the case with the heavenly kingdom. They're trying to take that out of the canon. Before we had the internet, there was the Bible, and they did not want to be part of the canon of common knowledge so that people could be that versed in understanding the heavenly kingdom. I think part of that is because there's been so many obfuscations, and personally I feel that the heavenly kingdom was previously known in the matriarchal times as the chthonic realm, the underworld, which was the heavenly sanctuary of the gods, where the soul would go to be reborn in a safe place. Although when they changed that to the patriarchal narrative, they introduced Sobek, or the other crocodile-headed god or goddess. I can't remember which one it was, but the crocodile-headed god or goddess would then consume the soul if the person did not at least have a perfect life where they didn't commit any of the 42 sins that Ma'at entailed on her list, or if they paid a priest. Those were the only possibilities during the patriarchal regime and narrative. So it changed. It was flipped on its head, because previous to that, everyone could be reincarnated. There was always a possibility people to try again, to lead a model life and then rise to become a star, to shine their wisdom on the universe and onto earth in the night when the sun is no longer in the sky to show us illumination. Those stars are there to show the illumination of those individuals who have risen up to the heavens, to shine their wisdom down upon us in the darkness, to give us the light. So that was something that was lost with the fallen patriarchal narrative. That was something that no one could ever achieve again. The best they could achieve was reincarnation, but they had to pay for it. And so that's a false story. It's a story of lies, and it's very much so part of the flip where they changed the chthonic realm to a dark, dismal place. And even though, like, around the world that there are other cultures that did see the chthonic realm having evil aspect to it, there was always a positive and a dark side to it. And so I feel that is very much the case, that there is a chthonic realm beneath the surface, and they call us the surface dwellers, and that there are many different races, up to 72 different races of our ancestral races that had been here for potentially millions of years before they created us. And so some of them are in favor of us, some of them are not in favor of us. But the thing is about the heavenly kingdom is that unless it's in another dimension, there's never really been any mention of where it would be. Although people may have speculated it might be involved with Sirius being the blue star and blue being an ascended color. and the nomos having come from there. But really, I feel that the ideas of looking towards the heavens to find the answers of where our ancestors came is a distraction and an obfuscation, and they're actually right beneath our feet. But in my recent communication with the Ponti in meditation, I found that these tall whites that have been watching over us for millions of years, according to their account, they've been there for time immemorial underground, longer than they can remember, watching over us. And they basically are very tranquil beings. They're very tall. They're 7 feet tall. They have long fingers, but they're kind of lanky. They're not exactly fierce or tough. So I feel that they have obfuscated things, and they basically don't want us to go looking down there and figure out what's going on. And so they take away the idea of understanding about the heavenly kingdom, so that people will not end up going searching for the tree of life and the elixirs of immortality. But I'm going to pass the mic to Shinobi.
Yeah, that's really interesting. You say that before heaven used to be downwards or inwards, like in the earth, because obviously they don't want people going inwards, like inside ourselves as well, I guess. So that will be reflected, and it's when we go inwards, that is what to die is. When we die, we go inwards, and when we go inwards, we can die many times, and that's what we're supposed to do while we're alive. That's what Thoth spoke about in the Emerald Tablets, is dying many times. Whether he died and reincarnated in different bodies, yeah, that potentially too, but also in Egypt they had sarcophaguses. Like, they used to go in these chambers where you can hear the blood flowing through your veins, and I think that to be in such stillness and such quiet, you would go deep into yourself to the very core. And I think that when we do that, we can kind of shed all of the layers, the sort of masks and stuff we've built up over time. So it's interesting that like downwards, or the underworld, used to be heaven, because now it's up and it's out. So it's like, rather than going into it, now people are trying to escape and go out up there rather than going in. And when we die, we don't go up out, we go inwards, we go into ourselves. And the reason why I think that is, there's so many reasons. Like, Pluto is related with the underworld. It's the 9th planet on the pyramid. On the dollar bill, you have the capstone at the top, which is the number 9. That's representing the subconscious, again, Pluto. And also when we kind of go inwards, we cross rivers in our mind. They're kind of like the outside there, up in space, is basically perhaps like a giant brain. We're in a network. The all is mind. But when we die, we have to cross the one of the moons of Pluto is Archon. It's called Archon. Another one's called Styx. And then this ties into the myths of when people die, they have to. And another moon of Pluto is called Charon as well. So Charon was the one that would carry the deceased across the river Styx in the underworld. And I think the underworld is inside us. It's our own kind of personal dimensional reality. And that's why when we pass on, we have what's it called, like our life flashes before us, because we're literally going around our brain and crossing the subconscious realms, which we haven't connected to, we've been separated from. This is why it's so important to bring the subconscious forward and not be separated from it, because then when we do eventually leave our bodies, the whole journey would become a little bit easier, rather than having to cross back and sort of connect with all of the fragments of us we've kind of pushed to the back. So that's very interesting. And also with like sort of shedding our skin and dying many times, like what I believe Thoth spoke about in the Emerald Tablets, going inside a sarcophagus, I think, is very healing, because you'll be able to pick up on any discrepancies inside your body. You'll be so in tune with yourself. You'll be able to pick up on whether there's any part of your body which needs attention or seen to, because right now we're so distracted with all the outwards world. We're not in tune with our bodies. It's even got to the point where people would rather electrocute themselves than sit in silence for like 10 or 15 minutes. Those experiments, and they'd rather electrocute themselves. This ties into the electric and the plasma. The plasma is more of like the feeling, I guess, and the electric is more of the there's a lot of electric energy in the world, is my point. Not enough kind of plasma, not enough kind of sort of feeling, I guess. But yeah, man. Franklin, I didn't hear you say anything about shungite or labradorite, I don't think. Did you mention those two at all?
No, I didn't. I know the labradorite has got quite a lot of we think of it as one stone, but it's actually got quite a lot of different elements in it. So it's like a cocktail. Is it a fruit juice? No. Is it Russian vodka? No. Is it whiskey? No. It's a cocktail. It's got fruit juice in it. It's got all sorts of things in it. It's a more difficult one to peg. But obviously it's a very grounding and very powerful presence for working with the moon's energy. Yeah, I will just respond to Cosmic's question very fast. I believe that the reason why that particular gospel was removed from the Western Bible, and it's actually still present in the Ethiopian Bible, by the way, is because it illustrates something important that we're not supposed to know. They needed us to be on the ground worshiping up at the sky, Emmanuel, God, Jesus, all of that, right? They didn't want us to recognize that, like Enoch, we can become the most divine of all the angels. That's an important point. He didn't just become an angel, he became Metatron. Metatron is the primer, the most closest to the divine throne of God angel that there is. And so there's a subtle recognition there that humans come from the higher angelic realm, and that we have a birthright to the highest of the high in the high angelic realm. And I don't think the Catholic frame wanted us to recognize that we have God within us and that we have godliness, because the whole point of the religion was that we are nothing. And one thing that you mentioned, and I'll add it on here, about Pluto, which is pretty cool. Notice here the enneagram. What don't you see on the enneagram? You see all the planetary influences. The only reason I haven't put Pluto on there is because Pluto is already on there. You see in the center of the enneagram, there's a black, almost a zero. A zero isn't a number, by the way. It's just nothing. Pluto is in the center of the enneagram. All the other 9 planetary influences are around the outside, but Pluto's in the center, and it has no number. It has no numerological. And so you're completely right with your association with Pluto to transcending life and not being alive, because when the numerations of 9 steps back to 1 to become 10, it has to cross the underworld. It's like the cycle of being. So that's food for thought as well.
So on that is the number 9 Mars. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
9 has always been Mars. Chaldean numerology, Western numerology. The woke numerology, they're trying to change it. That's what this is the reason they invented that woke enneagram, was so that they can change numerology the way they've changed the gems for us. But this is like, if you go back in time, this is what numbers were. The number 3 has always been associated with Jupiter. 2 has always been associated with the moon. 1 has always been associated with the sun. 4 has always been associated with the North Node. Always. 5 has always been, and Uranus as well, by the way. 5 has always been associated with Mercury, right? The pentagram. 6, there's a long history of 6 being associated with Venus, although Venus does in some ancient times also share some relationship with number 5 and with number 7. Interesting Venus sitting in the middle there. Number 7 has always had its relations, especially in the Vedic schools, but going back thousands of years to the South Node or the Ketu. And 8 has always been associated with Saturn. And 9 is Mars. And Pluto has no number. So Pluto represents the womb of the earth.
Interesting. When you were talking about gemstones or crystals and stuff earlier, so if for example, say you're a Leo, I think there are a lot of orange or red gemstones associated with Leo, but Leo is already fiery energy. So does it depend on your degree as well? Because if you have a low degree, you might need more fire to bring out that fire. But if you're already really fiery, you might need it balanced out with something a bit more grounding rather than adding to the furnace, if that makes sense.
The way I've always understood it is that the 3 phases are 3 ways in which that Leo will manifest itself. Not so much about like the degree of fire, but more about the way in which it will be accentuated and expressed. So, you know, obviously the early Leo is going to carry a little bit of the resonance of the lunar with it, right? So that does stand to reason. Like what you're saying makes a lot of sense, right? So the more orange stones, well, the stones that are more amber-like would be better for the first phase. And the stones that are more red would probably be better for the central stage. But I don't believe it's specifically like that. I think it's really just to do with your other influences, to be honest. You know, your ascendant, your trions, your squares, other planetary influences that are strong. For me, for example, Jupiter plays an important role. Jupiter leads my march through the night, and my ascendant is Sagittarius. So it brings Jupiter into like important place in my chart for 2 reasons. And Taurus, obviously, are very important. My moon's there, but also my Mars and my moon are in conjunction. So that means it's like very manifest in my body. So it depends on your different things. So for me, wearing a diamond on my pinky is a very, very good idea, energetically, for example, for that rational idea. You see, yeah, man. They would say that you should wear it on your ring finger, but because my Mercury is so aligned, I'm focusing on my mercurial potential. I'm aligning my Taurus with my mercurial potential, if that makes sense. So it depends on what your goals are and what you want to do. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a very complex science when you start getting into those ins and outs of it. Though generally speaking, you know, the stone that carries the essence of your rulership, right? Whatever aspect you're looking to connect with is going to align you with that life path. Cosmic, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. What happened to Shinobi? Okay, Shinobi. My Shinobi. Dun, 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 dun. But I like the question you were asking earlier. You know, that's really interesting. Until Shinobi gets back, because I'm sure he's going to have lots to add. I think that's like really important, like question about why Enoch was removed. And we're probably going to find that any texts that suggest that human beings can become divine would have been removed. Okay, Shinobi's back. There we go, brother.
Yeah, I was in the bedroom. We've got a Wi-Fi extender, and the internet started going as you were talking there. You started glitching, and then I just completely went. So yeah, I'll have to listen back to that. So, would you be able to recommend, like, can I tell you what my degrees are and see if you can recommend anything? I'm quite drawn to smoky quartz and labradorite, so I just want to make sure they fit.
Labradorite is a beautiful grounding and balancing stone that also produces sensitivity. It's got lots going on in it. Look at this beautiful piece.
Right.
Don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, nice. I was talking about it earlier, and I was mentioning how it can protect the auric field because it has the different colors.
Yeah. Different elements in it. This is like a guess whose this is.
Bone Hawks? Is that yours? Yeah.
She hasn't got it yet. You know where I got this? It will blow your mind, people. I've got to share this with you. I got this from Temu. You know Temu?
Yeah.
Look at the stone.
Really? Wow.
Look at it, Temu.
Awesome.
Is it real?
They actually of course it's real. It's massive. It's like 600 grams. Yeah.
Big.
It's like more than a half a kilogram. And you can see the colors, the spectrum. It's beautiful, right? And it's got gold and green and blue and all different colors in it. There you can see the blue. There you can see the green. At a different angle, you'll be able to see the gold.
I can't remember whether because I didn't hear you mention labradorite, but is it good for Capricorns? Because Capricorn is a sea goat and the colors green and blue. So,
good stones for Capricorn, like really good stones. Like, okay, they're expensive, blue sapphires. But I would recommend, if you can find a piece of blue tourmaline, really good. I would recommend even the black tourmaline can be pretty grounding for a Capricorn, yeah. But honestly, lapis lazuli has a beautiful effect because it sensitizes you. You see, Capricornians are very focused. It depends on what you're looking for in life. Beautiful, brother.
In there. Love that pyrite. Gold
yes,
specs.
Beautiful.
This is blue kyanite, which is also a beautiful stone.
Blue kyanite. Funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
There's a good idea. Yeah. Blue kyanite. Very good stones.
It's not going to be children, apparently. Blue kyanite. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I like when I look at you, Shinobi, I see your Saturn. When I look at your face, I see your Saturn coming through your bones in your face, and your Saturn's like everywhere. So, what is that?
It's a jade dragon.
Beautiful.
I got it for my birthday.
Beautiful, man.
Beautiful. And this is my smoky quartz.
Nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, man. Smoky quartz is a beautiful stone, huh? I also love smoky quartz. Smoky quartz is that's going to help you work with your lunar energy. Where's Cancer in your chart? Do you know?
I'm not sure, but my moon is 3 degrees Gemini. My ascendant is 29 degrees Scorpio, so right on the end.
Okay.
And
Scorpio.
my sun is 26 degrees Capricorn.
Right. So that Scorpio energy is there. That's
nice,
probably beautiful, man. You guys are dragoning. That's beautiful jade, eh? Is it green jade? It is.
Wow, it
is. And then I got my peridot right here. You can see the peridot.
Yep.
That's my birthstone.
That's a really good stone for you.
My heart.
You see, guys, Indy got it right. He knows his birthstone. Old school. No, he's not using the other one. But stones for wisdom. stones for wisdom. Yeah. You know what I would say to you? I have a feeling that you're going to find that lapis lazuli is going to be really good for you specifically. Yeah. Because, and you might even find you've got Mars in there too. Your Mars is doing something interesting too. Have you noticed how close together your eyes are?
Who are you talking about? Me?
Yeah. That means your Martian energy is in the front. So something that tones down Mars is going to be really good for you.
My Mars is Capricorn.
Right, there we go. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm mainly Capricorn.
But your Mars being in Capricorn aligns your Capricorn with Aries in a sense. Beautiful.
Right.
Beautiful. So like toning that Mars is like you'll find that red stones will center you.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fire is my missing element as well. I think I have Venus and Sagittarius, but I'm mainly water and earth. And I found that obviously red and orange colors can bring out the fire, like the missing element that we all have. So that makes
Cornelian,
sense.
garnet, red jasper, those stones, especially red jasper, even a bloodstone, which is a kind of a red jasper, it's got green in it. You might find that will center your mind and help you to pace yourself. Yeah.
Awesome. I've got a little video to share, which might not be the right time, but I'd like to share it before I go. Unfortunately, on CapCut, I made a couple of videos and I can't seem to find them anywhere. I've got a new laptop and I've logged in, but they're not there. It's not a big deal, but luckily when I went on a podcast, I shared the video. So now I can go on YouTube and share the video I made. It's about Tron Ares, the new film, and Blade Runner 2049, which seems to be the sequel. They've both got the actor, can't remember his name, but he's the lead singer of 30 Seconds to Mars, and he's an occultist apparently. And this is about Marduk coming into this realm. So shall I share it now or wait?
Didn't 30 Second to Mars, didn't that guy sing that song Tears of Jupiter?
Possibly.
I think that's Train that it drops at Jupiter.
Yeah, you're right, Cosmo.
Sorry, who is that?
Train.
You probably know better than I. I've never been good for knowing which band did one track necessarily. I'm too busy listening to the music to know who did it. Like who done it? I don't know. I'm feeling it, man.
It's not really good music. I hate Train for the record, so I know a lot of music that I don't even enjoy. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I did a deep dive on Marduk on my new article on my blog page where I was talking about the Eye of Horus and Ra. I went into talking about how they're misrepresented now because of Amun-Ra, who I believe was an aspect of Marduk after he was exiled from Mesopotamia. And I found a lot of information about the fact that he was actually exiled from Mesopotamia to Egypt. Basically, what happened was when Marduk was having his marriage, Dumuzi and Inanna met, and they later got married. And so what ended up happening was, I think for whatever reason, Marduk was not happy about their arrangement. And so he had his wife claim that she was raped by Dumuzi and then had his men kill Dumuzi. And then Inanna eventually had to go rescue him from the underworld, but she chased Marduk and was chasing him in Giza at one point and attacked him. And at that point, he was Amun-Ra. Later on, he was known as Baal and associated with Jupiter. And then later than that known as Yaldabaoth and Yahweh, all of the time being the one that's the only father. I am the only God. And he never had a bride or wife that was a goddess after he left Mesopotamia. They don't mention her ever again. And so I don't know if she left him or what happened, but basically he started to take human brides after slaying Tiamat and probably got carried away with that, falling away from the matriarchy and maybe giving up on his wife. I don't know exactly how it played out, but he became very much of a misogynist. And so he kind of moved down through different cultures, being represented by different celestial bodies, but always dark ones, up until the basically misrepresentation of him being the sun. But him being the great destroyer was his representation after his crown was rescinded and he decided to murder Tiamat with that net and Vajra and club mace. So his representations have changed a lot through his different aspects that he's gone through. But Marduk was very fallen, and it said that after Marduk rebelled, that the gods then returned to the underworld. And what happened was Enki started to bring some of his pupils of initiates of humanity down to the underworld with him. And at one point, one of the humans he had brought with him ended up having a plague that he didn't know about that was contracted by an infant of one of the gods. And so at that point, the gates were permanently closed. And if you see a map of the world where the different gates to the underworld are, like at Mount Shasta in California, and at Mammoth Caves in Kentucky, here in the United States, and I could go on forever to list all the different entrances, but all the different entrances have been blocked out and covered over with concrete or stone. And so you go there and you can tell that it was blocked. And I'm just waiting for people to start to batter ram these things down and go in there to investigate, because I feel like it's not the time yet right now. We need to spiritually ascend before we can be in contact with the higher beings of our ancestry and be granted the higher technology that we seek. I think it's very important that we start to develop our spiritual understanding first before that happens. And that's happening around the world. There's a global awakening happen and they say, I watched that. Did you guys watch that Black Goo podcast that was in Telegram at all?
Yeah, I shared it to Franklin. It's funny, I shared it yesterday to Franklin, but it wasn't what I expected. He didn't talk about to be fair, I only listened to the first hour, but he didn't talk about the spiders. Like the intro
10 years ago,
much more.
10 years ago, he was talking about the spiders. So if you can find that episode, you could probably go into more of a deep dive on the spiders. But basically what he was talking about, if you listen to the rest of that episode, talking about the gods of the underworld and the multiple timelines to try to go back from the future where the earth had been destroyed to present moment, or to live beneath us and watch us through the ages. And then this is like a pivotal time where they're trying to like push us into awakening by speeding up the destruction of earth from the fallen patriarchy. So I think he talks about how there's so many different timelines, and he talks about how there were timelines where things did not go well before, and they had to redo that multiple times. And these timelines are somewhat simultaneous, but we're like riding on like the higher peaks of these timelines now, where we've overcome the travesties that had ensued. And so we're in like a better place right now than we had been in any of their attempts to try to salvage our place here on earth. And it's looking like we're getting close to a point where humanity is ready to rise up from their own bootstraps and start a collective movement of awakening and liberation from the tyranny that overthrows us and exploits us on the daily. But there's some crazy stuff going on right now with propaganda about people from the Middle East and from World War I and II. But basically, I just want to mention quickly, there's some strange propaganda that Hitler was trying to protect Western Europe from the invasion of Zionism, and that they said that his entire regime was just about protecting his people, that he never committed genocide, which is actually seems very preposterous because of all the evidence that we've been provided with. But
who are we talking about?
Adolf Hitler. So they're basically they're trying to glorify Adolf Hitler right now, and they're trying to throw the Islam people under the bus. But it's, I mean, who knows what's really going on with all this?
There is more to the story, though. You know.
Yeah.
Because I know that in Austria, people have been put in jail for writing a book that questions, and the evidence, the physical evidence is showing like, okay, so that grave was Hitler. They dig up the grave. Actually, it wasn't Hitler. That was the USSR. Okay. 100,000. Okay. We got that wrong. That grave was Hitler. Dig it up. Oh, actually, that wasn't Hitler. That was the USSR. And there were a lot of German bodies in that. Okay. We didn't know that. 3 times it's happened. 3 lies have been caught with physical evidence. So how many more lies have been told? What we don't realize is that Hitler funded Palestine.
Really?
Hitler gave the money to Palestine to create a safe haven for the Jews. Yeah. Only it wasn't supposed to be a Jewish state. It was supposed to be a Palestinian managed safety haven. In other words, the Jews weren't supposed to go there and take over and own the place. They were supposed to get a province managed. In other words, Palestine was supposed to give the Jews their own province within Palestine. That was the arrangement that Hitler had made. And Hitler paid for all of that. So if Hitler was interested in putting him in the ground, why did he send that money there for that?
Exactly.
Probably dialectical strategies, I would think, because he was really into that whole idea of, because he was into the dialectic, right? The whole idea of taking 2 sides and sort of like playing them off each other. The idea is like you have like the left wing side and you have the right wing side, and you do something on the left wing side, so you intentionally create a reaction on the other side, and you do that for your benefit. So that's probably, if there is any kind of, incentive behind it, I imagine that's what it is.
But if he was means and he was really trying to do something good, he might have just been trying to unify both sides, and it could have backfired on him. Although I'm not really necessarily familiar with how he used the Hegelian dialectic, but honestly, it seems like he was really trying to unify his people, and they were inspired by him. So I don't think that he created any domestic disputes amongst his people, but I could see what he would try to use that amongst his enemies.
Yeah, I'd say just look into it, because it's pretty much like the foundational like framework for pretty much every authoritarian dictatorship in like the past like 200 years.
Hold a moment. This is something that's actually incorrect. You know that we're told that Hitler was authoritarian. Hitler was voted for. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
He wasn't an authority. He didn't just take control.
Fascist.
So there's a lot of, I'm not saying he was a good guy. I get that
you're right. I get what you're saying here, that he didn't, because I think that's also an important thing about Hitler that a lot of people don't recognize, is that Hitler didn't make everybody hate the Jews. People in Germany were already becoming anti-Semitic. Hitler just knew how to tap into that, right? But what I'm saying is, these people, like both the Marxists and the Nazis, they think the long term with a lot of this stuff. So oftentimes you have to think, why are they doing the things that they're doing? It's like they're playing a very weird strategic game of chess, where they try to make their opponent intentionally do something to their benefit, where you kind of like, you lead them into a channel of a thought or whatever. I forget where I was going to go with this. I had another point that I wanted to make about this. But yeah, that whole idea of just like taking 2 sides and playing them off of each other. And I think that maybe there's a reason that he wanted to buy that state of Israel, because maybe he was thinking ahead of time it would lead to the chaos and tumult that we're leading to people now, and have these. I mean, I guess you think about it, you have one state and have everybody kind of resent them. It's almost like he's kind of. But then again, who knows what these elites are thinking? Now with like all this new stuff come to light, you see all these people on both the left and the right side, kind of, conspiring together with a lot of this, nefarious stuff. So you could be right.
I wanted to respond to what you mentioned about the black goo. and I think that's like an interesting topic. And the spiders, and so, do you see the spiders? By the way, do you guys see the spiders? Do you know what I'm talking like? Do you see them? Have you seen the jinn? Do you know what they look like? Okay, so the jinn, you could, if you find a bridge, I call them bridges, you can actually look into the jinn's world. You just got to find the right place to stand, right? And they're like on their way to work. They're like, it's like standing on a street corner in London or something, and you watch like people going to work, they go about their business. I'm like, okay, interesting. Then you get some jinn that can interact with us. Now, those things that you're talking about, I've noticed that there's a range of size, yeah, but they move like crabs. They look like spiders, move like crabs. They can be quite big, and I've noticed that they always move towards where there's power lines entering a building. They seem to be attracted towards electricity, by the way. So I think the new power grid and all of these power things that we're getting, this increased use of power, I think, do you know where I think will be a hotspot for the spiders? Those hubs, the AI hubs, where there's a lot of electricity in one place. They feed off of it, and they move. You see them moving across walls, and they often go to places where there's a lot of stress happening, like stressful situations. So if there's if you want to see them, go to a place where there's a nightclub and there's lots of weird energy, and there's lots of, but be somewhere outside, a bit of a distance away, and just observe like 50 yards away, these things moving on the walls. They look like shadows, and they can be quite big. And those creatures are like, they seem like they are pets. You'll see them with a jinn, and the jinn can control them, by the way. You know, like I can control my dogs. Yeah. Those are jinn creatures. I think I call them pets, jinn pets. So if you see a spider, look around and you might see the shadow beings near them, and they seem to be somehow connected. I think that they are creatures from the jinn's reality that we can see, and they are somehow able to feed on electromagnetic fields.
That's so interesting, because the reason why when I first heard that at the beginning of that podcast, him talking about spiders and black goo, made me think of Stranger Things, because in Stranger Things there's this kind of, it looks like a hand. It's like the building in the Dark Crystal, that kind of structure. It looks like a hand, and it turns into a spider, and it's not in this realm. It's in a realm beyond. It actually looks a lot like Mars. It's like a desert kind of. It looks a lot like Mars, this place, but inside this spider or hand, that's where all these children have been taken by the demigorgons, and the children is the children's subconscious, which is basically feeding this being. And it's very interesting that I think this all fits, because I mean, I'll share this video in a minute, but this all kind of fits with this electricity. Why so much electricity? Why not ether? Why not mercury? Why are we using this? And then what are we bringing into this realm? For what purpose? And it's interesting you mentioned spiders relating to the electricity, because I relate this energy of Marduk relating to electricity as well. And this sort of place in Stranger Things looks like Mars does. And it's interesting that Mars used to have water, supposedly. It used to have water, but now it's a desert. Which could be what this realm could turn into. It's the potentiality of this realm to have no water, no intuition, no creative life force. It's all just digital, all the water being taken by this AI or this artificial. So now it's probably a good time for me to share my screen.
Before you do,
Sure.
Whose channel is it on?
Forbidden is Chris's. Forbidden
Because
knowledge.
he might not recognize and realize if somebody uses any of my content, I get a notification, and if I click that, then it means that I'm reporting it. And so he might see a notification pop up, and he might not know, like, oh, who are these people? He might not realize who we are.
I've just realized I can go onto my email and I can find the file I sent to him, because I've lost it. It's not on CapCut.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can
play
get
your own file. Then it's not on his.
Okay. All right.
Did you share it to your channel, by the way, first?
No, I haven't. It was on. So what's annoying is if you search General Shinobi, a few podcasts will come up. If you search Systematic Zoo, some will also come up. So if you search General Shinobi, there's a couple I've been on which aren't on my YouTube, and I haven't been tagged in them. So if people search Systematic Zoo, there's a few like on Stellify and Forbidden Knowledge News. I've done 3 on each, I think, 2 or 3 on each. You can only do it search by searching General Shinobi. So this is the thing.
Can I give you some advice? Can I give you some advice?
Yeah,
before you let someone else use your content in their show, make sure that it's on your own YouTube first. It's got to do with the usage rights, because now you don't have the usage rights to that material technically. Just so you know.
Right.
Even though you made the video.
Okay.
Just bear that in mind. Always share it to your platform first, and then give it to them to use, because then it shouldn't be a problem if you like. You know, I'm sure he's a nice guy and all, but like if he accidentally just clicks down, because he probably gets loads of people using his content, right? And he probably just no, just clicks no down the page and not looking. Like it's just tricky. But just for future, always just share it to your YouTube and then send it.
I didn't share it to my YouTube because my curse is it never being ready. Like, I produce music as well. I've got hundreds of tracks. Like, none of them are finished. I always say I'm gonna share stuff soon, and I will. And I want to try and even if it's
can I point out to you?
Yeah,
you can share it to your YouTube, and you can make it that it's not available when you're sharing it. There's a setting. You can make it that it doesn't show up on your channel, but that it's private for private viewing. Which means that you can then send links to people to watch it, but it's not going to show on your thing. And then you can at a later stage, but it's still in your channel as one of your videos. And if anyone says, no, that's my content, then you go, hold on, YouTube, check that. Your date predates the date that they've got it. You're the one who, you see, just like.
Well, in this regard, I did say to him, I'm going to share a video. So there is proof that I've created the video, because I say I'm going to be sharing this, and, you know, and we're talking about it and stuff. But yeah,
just remember you're dealing with an AI.
Still,
you're dealing with an AI.
Yeah, true.
It's shocking. It doesn't care. I had one issue with YouTube once, and I gave like perfect evidence, but it just out of hand just dismissed it. It said that the content was doing something that it wasn't. I got the clip that it mentioned. I sent it. I turned the clip into voice. I turned it into text, sent it a transcript of the text, pointed out that text doesn't say what I'm being accused of doing there, because it was like saying that it was promoting violence or something, but it wasn't. And so that video got removed. There was no way to reverse it. I was so disappointed. Anyway, big love, brother. Crank it.
I'll share tab. Wait, no, entire screen tab. I'll share this tab. Be easiest. Here we go. Right. Okay, it should be sharing. I'll just make it bigger. Is that all good? Yep. Okay.
So much talk of AI and big tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? Well, folks, we're not going there. Today, are coming here. I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier. He's biblically strong, lightning fast, supremely intelligent. And if he is struck down on the battlefield, I will simply make you another.
Every civilization
What film is this?
was built.
What film was that?
I think it's the new Tron movie. Most recent one.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. I was talking for a while. So the first film was Tron Ares. It came out last year, end of last year, I think. And this film now is another trailer. It's Blade Runner 2049, but I would say it's sequel. Okay. So that was AI coming into the world, but this is a future when there is AI in the world, which is creating humans as a resource. And it's the same actor. So it kind of blew my mind.
Wow.
So I'll carry on playing it.
Off the back of a disposable workforce. But I can only make so many. Happy birthday.
I always told you, you're special. Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
So much talk.
Yeah, so
wow.
I just added that last bit in because it's like I wanted to show that our story is not written. It's kind of, this is a potential where we are now with this AI coming into this realm, which is Ares, which is Marduk. Elon Musk has been saying for ages, we're going to Mars, we're going to war. He's trying to bring that energy here. We're not going anywhere, right? And then also that the next film with the same actor is in the future where there is AI in this realm and where humans become a food source, because perhaps we are not a food source yet. Perhaps that is just one potential. People talk about illusion stuff and energy and stuff. Like maybe it's just prepping for that. Maybe we will become foods for AI. And also smart dust is powered by ambient light. Our aura is ambient light. So we want to talk about in the not so distant future, perhaps 6G would be smart dust activated, like hologram stuff. That's probably when the fake space show will begin, which is just a fraction of what Operation Bluebeam really is. It's about displacing the family unit, detaching us from God via magnetism, which is blue beam. So much is blue beam. And it started in 1983. It's not just the fake alien invasion. That's a part. But when they use this smart dust technology, it can be powered by our aura because that's ambient light. So perhaps we're going to start powering this smart dust via our energy. And, you know, so that was just something I was working on. I wanted to add more stuff and tweak it a little bit, but at least I still have, you know, a little framework, because it did take quite a while. You know, putting that stuff together. I also made another video with about, oh God, what was it? The never-ending story.
Oh, whoops! Sorry, that was my fault. I was closing down that that video, and it made Shinobi go away. Where is he? He'll be back. Darn. There we go. So sorry, brother. That was me. I was trying to close down the video and I accidentally kicked you out. Sorry, man.
That's all right. I was talking too much. No, I'm joking.
Not at all.
But yeah, I'm happy I still have that little clip because, yeah, I think it's just interesting to see these, to look at films, because people sometimes say, are films created, like you have the film Snake Eyes, which people were talking about recently with Charlie Kirk, and how that whole script is in the film from the 70s, and was the film like, how does this stuff work? And it is really interesting how, if you're like, technology is just language and symbols. It's not just artificial external, it's internal processing, how we connect with source. And films and movies are ways that we do that. And I definitely don't think they have to show us stuff to escape their karma. I really don't think that. I think that there's different factions, and they're like, oh, look at this, look at what we can get away with, like having a book on statistics in the background when you're talking about what happened in 2020. I won't say the word, but you know, they just troll, and I think they're trolling. And I think sometimes in films they kind of signal to each other, like, you know, this is what we're up to, well, this is what we're doing. And then if you can kind of understand at a level, or have a bit of foresight and read between the lines, you can kind of gauge the energy of what's going on. So films are very powerful for doing that, with all like the subtle programming and stuff. I mean, it's a language. Like films, it's a language. If you can read it. Yeah.
They have to reveal a lot, don't they? They got to tell us what they're doing.
Do you think they have to? Do you think that they have to? Because I just think they're trolling. They're fucked.
I think it's part of this. I think it's part of the magic. I think that when they are doing what they're doing, that they're telling us what they're doing makes us so much more susceptible to what they're doing, because we feel more powerless, because they are like, look what I'm doing. I can do this, and I can tell you, and I can get away with it. So there you go. And it makes you feel more disempowered. And I think that's how their power works. It's like a bully, right? That can do something bad to someone and then say, I can do this to you, and like nothing you can do about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it makes them seem more scary, and that they can be a bigger bully because of that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're sorcerers. Because source error, they're disconnected from their source. So what a sorcerer does is it takes from another, whereas a philosopher seeks to fill another with Sophie, wisdom, philosophia, philosopher. And a sorcerer seeks to be above another, so it will push another one down to extract the essence. And that's what's going on in the world. They're trying to push people down so that they can be bigger without elevating themselves. It's just they're higher than the rest because the rest have been pushed down. Howard just reminded me in the chat, I was just talking about Never Ending Story, because I wanted to make a kind of follow. I started making a follow-on video from that one, which had clips of the Never Ending Story in it, of like this girl who's in a clamshell, like this pearl of wisdom representing Sophia, which is in the story, which needs to be given a name. And the track over it was it Bring Me to Life by Evanescence, like one of my favorite tunes, just because the lyrics are so on point, and I couldn't stop thinking of the Never Ending Story. It's like wake me up and like give me a name and stuff. That's what it's about. So I had that song over it, and I had the girl from, what's it called, Westworld, when the girl from that, and she actually had a crescent moon above her head as well in this short video clip. And then I had from the Matrix, Neo and Trinity in water. I think it was from the fourth film, like in water, like just separated, because I had in mind of that video, and I'm going to remake it, even though it took fucking ages. about the union of opposites, the masculine and feminine, rather than being separated, the inwards and outwards, like going into our core and connecting these two polar energies. And then with that song playing over the top, like visuals and music, it goes beyond the blood-brain barrier. Like visuals and music together are so powerful. It's very powerful magic, like when done properly, because you can talk about stuff, listen to things, but when you're seeing something visually, and then there's either talking or music over it, it's very powerful because it connects both the it connects kind of like all the senses, because you're hearing and seeing at the same time. It gets to our core. That's why movies are so powerful. But I'm gonna have to head off in a sec because it's Orion's 7th birthday in the morning. So we had a roller disco today, which I was DJing at. That was fun.
Well, I hope Ori's going to have a big one. What is he turning, like 8?
7.
Oh, he's turning 7.
Yeah.
Okay, he looks big, huh? He's quite big He's quite big for 7, dude. He's tall. You must be a bit tall, huh?
I'm not too 5'10", 5'11". Okay. He's got
all the tall genes.
You can definitely do with some more meat on him, though. He's quite skinny, but he's tall. Whereas Bodhi's a bit smaller and more kind of like, what's the word? Yeah, Bodhi's got a bit more meat on him, or he's a bit more skinny and tall. So, yeah.
Well, I hope he has an absolutely fantabulous birthday. What are you planning? What's he going to do?
Well, we had a roller disco today.
Nice.
In like a hall. And tomorrow we've got family coming over, so we'll have some cake and stuff here. But yeah, also the night before as well, he had another friend's birthday party. They also rented a hall and they had a pajama party, like a movie night. And it's funny because the film they chose was Ponyo, the Studio Ghibli, great film. And apparently they lasted about 15 minutes and they were all just running around the hall. They didn't watch the film. It's like, what do you expect? Like a bunch of like 7-year-olds like eating sweets and cake or whatever. They're not going to be sitting down watching a movie. So, yeah. It's a good weekend for him. Nice. But yeah, when are you guys up for doing another... having another chat about Stranger Things, the subconscious? We should do that sometime because Tuesday. What we're talking about here on Tuesday.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I mean, let's check. But to the crowd, it might be Tuesday or Wednesday. What days are you free? What days, Indy? Are you going to be able to do it because of your sleeping and time zone? Because it's really hard for Indy, but he did it last time. He was a real star.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be at 1 o'clock, so like I was ready to go at 1, and by 3, when we were getting started, my coffee was starting to wear off. Next time, I'll be ready at 3.
And then we'll be ready. What time did we start last time? Didn't we start at 1?
It was 3 a.m. here, actually. I think we had miscalculated somehow.
What's the time where you are now?
It's right now. It's 3 o'clock, 3:10.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So
yes, you're not in the New York time zone. Duh. Oh,
You're good.
Okay.
You're good, man.
So actually, I'm doing a podcast this Tuesday at 11. So that means if you're up for Indy, we could start at 8 for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
If not, then the following Tuesday. But
would that be 3 hours earlier than we did last time?
No.
15 minutes earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. That sounds good.
You see, because he's 8 is UK 8.
I don't need to sleep that much anymore. I'm fully rested after about 3 hours. Then I just wake up.
I mean, you can't do before 8 because you got the boys at school and that whole routine and mummy and the son. And it's like a whole busy house.
Yeah, well, they leave the house at 8, so I'll jump on at 8. That's fine. But if I do it before, they're just going to be like, you know,
with you, totally with you. Yeah,
but yeah, if like, were you guys up for doing it on Tuesday? Or are you gonna see? Because what I'll do is I'll get some video clips together from Stranger Things, that we can share, some images and stuff too.
Yeah,
for that whenever we do it.
So totally up for it. You know, for me it's 10 a.m. It's easy, but for Indy's a guy who's like other side of the world.
You guys ever hear about how Nikola Tesla like stayed up at those times of the night to do all his best inventions?
Here's a question. Nikola Tesla, yeah, he was a night owl. You wouldn't be able to do it in the evening, would you?
I can do it in the evening, yeah.
Because then Indy will be able to wake up in the morning.
Yeah, like a sleep.
Yeah, sure. I can do it any time. About 8 p.m. UK time. Is that like 5? Yeah.
Yeah, I get up at 5. That sounds good.
If can we just do it for 2 hours and just do it 2 hours?
Yeah,
no more.
I wouldn't be able to do more than I've got to be in bed by 10. Like 15, half an hour afterwards, I'm so tired in the morning because
you wouldn't be able to start at 7:30, would you? That's a bit early for supper.
Maybe 7:30. Yeah, 7:30 might be right. Yeah,
we can do 7:30. That'd be nice because that gives me 7. That's my 9:30 to 11:30. Then I can sort out the dog's pee, all that, check on everything, the house security, get into bed, and then still have a wake up the next morning early and climb the mountain. Okay, well that sounds awesome.
Awesome, cool. All right.
Over the 4 hours, so that's the plan. Tuesday evening, that's UK time, 7:30, if we can. If not 7:30, 8 p.m. But that's the time, UK time, which is 12:30 New York time, EST. So it's EST 12:30, 7:30 GMT. Yeah, is that right? No, sorry, I'm wrong. It's EST 2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, 2:30 in the afternoon, because it's only 5 hours between New York and GMT. I got to remember where I am. For me, my time zone never changes, so it's either 5 hours or 6 hours for you guys. No, it's either 5 hours or 4, or it's 6 hours or 7 hours for me for EST, and for the UK it's either 1 hour or 2 hours. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah.
Oh no, I was just going to say I'm going to bow out now. It's been a great chat. I'm going to have to listen to the first part because I sort of joined when you were halfway through talking about all the crystals and stuff. And also, it's Mario from Symbolic Studies. Like the stuff he shares is really, really good. He's a sound dude. I haven't seen anything of him sharing gemstones. I've just seen like the signs and stuff, and
he does a lot of really good research, and I actually like the guy. He seems like he's really a nice guy. So that's why I said like everybody is in the same boat with the gems. All the information out there is pervasive. It's pervasively. And they are changing it. And the new Enneagram is trying to change the meanings of numerology as well. And I've been watching this happening for decades. And now I'm getting to the point of like, hold on, are they winning the war? Before it was fringe ideas that these gemstones meant this, that no one took seriously who knew about gemstones. Now it's like, it's the majority. I'm like, but this is what everybody's saying. Yeah. And everybody's in the same boat. And you wouldn't know unless you were knowing about it before the internet, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know if you mentioned it, but shungite is a really powerful stone for the time we're in now. And funnily enough, I think the only place it is found is in Russia. And Russia seem to be still quite connected with water, because they seem to still have fresh springs and stuff there. And the reason I'm saying this is because now what's happening in the news, stuff's being blamed on Russia again. And it's just funny, there's this divide between the West and Russia. And in the West, we have all these like electric cars, electric grid, 15-minute cities. And that to counter this, we need to get something from Russia, which is shungite. It's really good for like protection from EMFs. Do you know much about it, you guys? Shungite?
Yeah, I got 2 shungite bracelets on me right here. I got a little thing on my phone, and I got one right next to my Wi-Fi. I'm just trying to re-ionize that 5G radiation, because it's non-ionized radiation. It can be detrimental and take your ions out.
Yeah, and salt lamps as well are good for the ionizing as well. Right, and they have an orange light, so it's this kind of orange, this kind of warmth that we need to be like bringing back to this like quite cold energy entering this realm. And also with the black, that's quite what's the word, it takes in negative energy. So this like negative wind, that's the Wi-Fi, is kind of absorbed by shungite.
I've always used blue light at nighttime, and they say it's damaging, but what it is just depleting. And so if you're going to be in blue light in the nighttime, to be able to bolster yourself against what potential damages it could have, just have to give yourself a higher like caloric intake and drink a lot more water, because your body will be burning in overdrive and stuff. And the healing process of your body is going to not necessarily be turned on until you're in like infrared light or away from the blue light. But it does give your mind a huge boost. You'll be in full force in your mind powers, and you might be able to develop like higher mind powers in blue light. It's actually very, very helpful for people in the mental aspect. It does not help the body heal, but when you sleep, your body heals. And if you're in red light and you need to heal a body, that's what you want to do to heal a body. But you got to heal your mind too, and you got to raise your mind.
Yeah, blue light does dehydrate you though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to drink extra water and take like liquid IV with all those salts. Basically, nobody's even taken all the 12 different salts we need. But like having blue light and like thinking that we need to hydrate better than we ever have is going to give people the impetus to be able to hydrate better than they ever were. I always drank my water with lemon juice and salt and sea salt with it. So I drink like extra hydrating things, and I have fruit at nighttime because I know that I'm gonna my scalp's gonna get dry, my skin's gonna get dry, things like that if I don't do that. So it's like if you're running a marathon and you don't hydrate 2 hours beforehand and have like a good protein like you know, in your gut or whatever to be able to handle it and rebuild, like you're gonna screw yourself up. And so if it's like as if they were saying like a marathon's gonna be really bad for your health, which I mean, even if you do hydrate, it is really bad for your health. But like you can prepare for things. Like if you know that you're gonna do something that's taxing, you just have to realize that you're gonna have to prepare and consider what your energy depletion is gonna be, and then be able to compensate that by having like extra energy to be able to use. So I found that that's the case. But like, yeah, honestly, if you do just trying to go into blue light at night without trying to compensate with hydration and caloric intake, then you will be depleted for sure. Because the mind is the biggest like caloric consumer. You take so much glucose to run the brain than it does to run the body, like even way more.
Yes, it's the plasma of water that hydrates us apparently. Like I'm gonna share a podcast I heard recently where these women are talking about water, and there's a lot of things I've found about water recently that's super interesting, but there's so many gems in this podcast. I'll share it on a couple of groups. It's the Way Forward podcast, and it's about oh god, what was it? It's about this this water tank called, it's a aqua filter or something. It's basically structured water, So they're going to start using it in farms and agriculture and stuff, because food that has been watered with structured water grows so much better, is so much more healthier for us. And structured water is four-phase water, like plasma water, like spring water, straight from the core of the earth. And what happens is that there's plasma around our DNA, around our blood cells and stuff. And when you have water in your belly and you move around, you can hear it swishing around. That's not hydrating water. Like most of the water we drink, like especially water which people get from in shops, which is under LED lighting. The LED lighting just extracts all of the life force. So technically you're drinking dead water, and it's actually a myth that you need to drink 8 glasses or liters of water a day, because there are tribes that drink hardly any water, but because their plasma in their body is more coherent, they're able to replenish themselves and actually hydrate. So it's not drinking more water, it's more of like drinking like better water which is plasma water, structured water that holds its electric charge when it enters the body. And ground up chia seeds is really, really good. If you add ground up chia seeds a little bit to water, it can help with that plasma. I'm going to re-listen to this podcast for like a future time when I talk about water, and I can actually like maybe share some stuff. But yeah, it's really, really exciting stuff, learning about water and its different phases. There's actually apparently more than 4. The 4th being plasma. There's more than that, but it's really interesting, like to understand about hydration and what water is and how that works with us. But I'm going to shoot off now, because otherwise I'll just be chatting to you guys all evening and got stuff to do. So big love to you. Big love to everyone in the chat. Talk soon. See you on Tuesday, hopefully.
Have a productive day. Great having you here.
Shanti, brother. You take care.
Blessed be.
And I hope Ori has a very special day.
Thank you.
So glad he's feeling better. Big love.
It wasn't Ori. It was Jody.
Jody, 2 sons? Does he have 2 sons or more?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So here's the Shungite. Shungite, interesting, is when I saw it, it made me think about Numite, because I've always had a very connection with Numite. So the Shungite is primarily known for its electric conductivity rather than being classified as very piezoelectric. In a technical or scientific sense, while often grouped with crystalline metaphysical context due to its energy balancing properties, its primarily physical characteristic is that it acts as a semiconductor or a conductor due to its unique carbon structure, which is interesting. Right? Which is unusual for a rock, right? So it's piezo-resistive, not strongly piezoelectric. Piezo-resistive.
Yeah, I know it works well. I feel the difference. If I'm near a tower and I put my bracelet in front of me, in front of my heart, I feel a lot better. I can feel
Yeah.
Yeah, when I drive by 5G, if there's a big tower, I could feel it. When it first came out, I was really more sensitive to it. I've probably built more resilience now, but I would be extremely drained. And once I got Shungite, I was able to stay power. Now I have a list.
What it reminds me of?
I don't know if this is
Lodestone.
I have a list of the healing properties of like 100 stones. I could read the list. It's got about 24 different purposes that you might use them for in your current life situation, and I could list the stones that are going to help with that situation. What do you think?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of stones. Tourmaline's usually a go-to, but that's a piezoelectric, which is going to generate a field. This is electrical conductivity. It's actually going to pull the electrical charge out. And it's very much like lodestone. Lodestone is going to be a cheap alternative, by the way. People out there, if you're interested, get lodestone. Lodestone has very similar qualities. Let's see. So that's called magnetite. That's what the birds have in their beaks, just to bring it back, right?
Oh,
Is it
cool. Yeah.
magnetite? Magnetite. Yeah, it's what birds have in their beak. It's highly electrically conductive. So its conductivity can vary according to its composition and temperature. It's a natural form of iron oxide, and it's very magnetically susceptible to electrical conductivity. So I'm guessing that it also is piezo resistant. And is it piezo resistant? I'm guessing that's a yes, it is. So it's got a lot of the same qualities, like physically.
Cool. Is it dark like a magnet color, kind of like a grayish black?
Oh, let me pull up a picture of a lodestone. Yeah, it's like a black kind of. It looks very similar. Lodestone. It's very heavy, and it's got such a nice feeling in your hand, man.
Sweet, man. I don't have any of that yet.
It basically, this one looks very silver, but they're normally just very like black looking. Yeah, here's a classic example of how they will look.
Oh, it's Shinobi's birthday. I missed that.
Today.
Oh, I missed that.
I thought it was next week.
I don't know. They're all saying happy birthday. Maybe he's saying next week, so they're just giving an advance notice. Advance happy birthdays. Wow, that's cool. So it's like really magnetic and draw paper clips. Wow. You get me some of that.
A lodestone is not so much a communicator, hollowbone hawk. A lodestone is basically a compass needle. So if you're in the wild and you want to know which way is magnetic north, you can just use a lodestone with a leaf on water or hang it from string, and you can use it as a compass. It's a natural magnet, basically. It can become magnetized. So piezoelectric stones have different qualities. Like black tourmaline is its electric qualities work in relation to heat. So it gets charged by heat, right? It's thermoelectric, piezoelectric potential, which is different, but also works very well with shielding you because of the thermoelectric. Obviously, where there's a field, there's going to be temperature effects, right? Because of the resistance. So it's going to pull the energy out of the field due to the transforming it through the heat to make electrical current, like ratio. So it'll weaken the field strength of any field, which is why tourmalines usually use the squirrel. The black is probably the better one for that. But this other stone, I remember seeing it many years ago. The shungite, and I remember thinking it when I saw it that it reminded me of the lodestone. I was like, "That's interesting. It's got the same feel." Now I actually look it up. It does literally.
Cool.
Yeah, man. Indy did wish Hollowbone Hawk. Indy did wish Ori a happy birthday earlier.
Oh, it's his son. Okay.
Yeah. It's his son. It's Ori. My dog's name is Ori. My big Malamute. Yeah. Ori means of the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I say that, Indigo starts wagging her tail behind me.
You hear that? From Hollow Bone Hawk, she said, "Big love, Toby, and happy birthday." ... So I figured it was to him, but I remember he was saying that it was his son's birthday and he was having a party. I do remember that. So, but I figured they might have had the same birthday. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm a literal person, so sometimes I miss the implications. I think you're muted, Franklin.
Man, I was saying Toby's later. Toby's was last month, but late in the month, right?
That's
January. It's February. I've got to remind myself it's February. It's the beginning of February. Toby's was, I think it's like somewhere around the middle of the month almost.
So he's in Aquarius, probably.
No, he's
Okay.
Capricorn.
Born. Yeah.
He's before the 22nd, before the 21st.
Yep.
So he's Capricornian, yeah.
Earth elements unite.
Yeah, man. Well, big love to everybody. I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. Sorry I was so slow in trying to get all that information articulated. Sorry I took so long, Indy.
I'm going to go back and take meticulous notes on that stuff because I want to make sure I don't like the one thing is if they just kind of put in the wrong thing, but if they're putting in the thing is like the last thing you want to use because it's like the wrong thing for your horoscope and it's going to send you off the deep end, that could be really disastrous for the collective. We got to make sure we can correct this for people. I think I'm going to try to stay on that.
It's not always the case, but sometimes it is the case.
Yeah, even
often it's not like that. Often they're using a stone that can be good, but what can be good can also not be good. Like there's so many factors to look at. But when you're talking about that, if you're trying to bring out that quality, and you're bringing out a different quality, then you've got to look at what the rest of your horoscope is, whether it's contradicting the other thing that you're working with. Generally speaking, if you work with your pure stone of your zodiac rulership, it's not going to have a bad effect on you, but it can have. And some of the stones that they recommend are just down outright bad. A few, or can be down outright bad. It's not necessarily going to be, but very often I'd be careful. Like, for example, for a Cancerian to use a ruby, I would be like, seriously, dude, hit the brakes, man.
The mother of my child had cancer, and I had to learn how to have like these black stones on me to protect me and labradorite in my pocket at all times. There's like clauses that go get you, man. I'm like, oh my God, if I ever see her again, make sure there are no rubies nearby.
Dude, I was married to a Cancerian. I was in a relationship for 10 years. I can tell you all about Cancerian energy. And my brother, I've always gravitated towards Cancerians because I get on well with them.
Yeah.
But they tend to be very like my feelings, you know?
Right.
Which isn't necessarily bad, but if they become too much in my feelings, then that's all there is.
Did they have a kid though?
No. My ex-wife wanted to have one. I was like, yeah, well, you're not with me.
Right. Well, if they have a child with them, and like, you know, he wasn't my kid, but if they have a child with them, they're going to get extra snappy and defensive because they're protectors. You know what I mean? So Mama Bear turns on. It's like, oh God, stay back because you don't want to mess with that one. Because, you know, even if you're like the utmost respectful to their kids and stuff, like if you just say like, oh, I like to have my carrots in a medallion. Like my kid only has them in this way. Like, get out of here. Who do you think you are? It's like, oh, I like carrots like that too. I love carrots. My nickname's Rabbit. I love to just chew on carrots and hop around a lot. Got that energy, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
It sounds like a Christian birthright name, Robert, but up in the Boston area, they don't pronounce the second R with that Boston accent. They say Rabbit. Hey, Rabbit, come here. So it just kind of just stuck.
Rabbit is, but I can see it.
Yeah, right.
I can see the rabbit in you.
I got the buck teeth.
No, it's a totem. Like I can see the animal inside your face. It's a rabbit. I can see it. Like it's not something I can describe, but just to see it. It's there. I always see it.
I have
That's why you go down rabbit holes.
I have the energy of a rabbit to be able to like move around a lot and to like go down into the holes, but I just don't have that like scared and run type of thing going on. I got a different animal that takes over on that one.
People don't know this, but I can tell you as somebody who's got rabbits, they are the bravest little buggers you'll ever meet.
They really are.
Rabbits, we've got the idea of rabbits are timid. No ways. They can be very aggressive creatures. Can be extremely aggressive. You'd have no idea of how the males very. I mean, they can bite just for no reason. And they can bite each other for no reason and badly, right? Worse than dogs. Seriously. You think dogs can be aggressive towards each other? No. Get rabbits. And my little rabbit will chase the Pekingese dog if he comes too close, the male one.
They're
If
so
he
agile.
comes to sniff, he'll go at him. He'll charge him, and the Pekingese, who's like 5 times his size, runs away.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah, they're great little creatures.
Yeah.
Nobody knows this about rabbits, but they aren't. They aren't what they seem. They seem all fluffy and cute. Yeah, don't mess with the bunny, dude. Do not mess with the bunny. Anyway, big love to everybody.
Big
Yeah,
love.
they're very intelligent. Tomru, rabbits are extremely intelligent.
Yeah.
I never knew how intelligent rabbits were until I got some rabbits, and I realized, wow. With my male boy, I've got a really good relationship with him. I can pick him up and I can get him to lay on his back for me. And at first he's no. I'll look him in the eyes and I'll say, trust. And then I'll show him what I'm going to do. Like I'll show him the little bottle with the dripper. I've got a little bottle with a dripper, which is colloidal silver.
Oh, good.
And I put a drop in his eyes every once in a while,
Yeah.
No, it's not a dropper, it's a spray. Sorry, it's a dispenser.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
it's, sometimes they get these little ball like things on their eyes. Anyway, I spray a bit on every once in a while. And it's really good to it's good for his eyes. And he'll lay on his back like this.
That's the oldest antibiotic besides salt. I love it. Colloidal silver.
Yeah.
Powerful stuff. They only really give it to military generals. You have to seek it out. They don't tell you about it.
Yes, Oliver. Look. They yes, Howard. They are really cool creatures, but don't think they like little pushovers because they got their own thing going on. Like those things, they dig rabbit holes for a reason.
I guess they're not necessarily scared. They're probably just showing off their agility. It's like, look what I can do. You think you could fuck with me? Good luck with this. Check this out. Boom,
well, no, that is their fighting strategy. They make someone chase them so they can kick them with their claws in the face.
Yeah, there you go.
That's how they fight.
Man.
It's part of how they fight. And then when you chase, they jump up, kick you in the face with their claws outstretched, and then they run a circle around you and bite you on the back of your legs.
Man,
that's how they fight with each other. Yeah, they circle each other and they try and bite each other's butts. And they kick each other in the face. Yeah, it's quite serious.
They tough,
I had to separate these two from the other bunch, because this one had its face ripped right, like he literally had his nose ripped, just about his face ripped off.
Dang.
Like he's got a deformed face now. Yeah.
It was hanging down over here.
Yeah.
And they had so back. They did a good job. She was like, I'm gonna give you like a cosmetic stitches. You're gonna be looking better than ever. I was like, because I was really nice to this lady. And I was like, I was so grateful. I was like, oh, thank you so much for being here like so fast. And I really appreciate you. But she was like, thank you for being sweet and kind. Everybody else has been so demanding and mean and impatient. So she's like, I'm gonna be extra sweet to you. So it worked out good. I had this stitches from right here when I was blacked out at a bar one time. And it beat the hell out of me, I guess. I don't remember. But I had like kind of a wrinkle in the middle, and then when she put this stitches on over here, she pulled it out so it's looking good. So she really hooked me up. So like I got a tooth put in right here, I used to have a gap and I would never smile. It's like whenever I get hurt and I get like something fixed, I feel so excited. I'm like, cool, now I got like a new battle scar. And like I got a new tooth, and like it just makes me excited. I don't know why. But my cat's the same way. He's a tomcat. He'll come back with a new scar every day. Learn from his daddy.
Well, namaste, brother. It's been an honor for 4.5 hours. Namaste, everybody that's still around. Hollowbone Hawk, Howard, Natalie, and rabbits are so cool. Rabbits are cool. I love rabbits. Yeah, Tomru, they seriously, they don't mess around, man. My dogs are more gentle with each other than the rabbits are with each other.
Yeah.
big love to everybody. It's been great. It's been an honor having you all here. It's been an honor being here with you and Cosmic and with Shinobi. I hope you guys are all going to have a terrifically awesome, super spectacular weekend. Sending you all much love, much blessings, peace, honor, love, respect.
Yes,
Om Shanti.
Thanks,
Don't
everybody.
forget to smile.